Good morning, everyone. How are we doing this fine day? Happy Monday. Hopefully everyone had a great weekend. I will be covering for Tom and Terry this morning. You guys are stuck with me. Stuck with the IB. Good morning. Good morning. How is everyone doing? All right. So starting the day off with a pretty significant gap down. We're down about 1% on Qs, 1.09, 1.07. We do have a pretty substantial gap between previous day's low and London high. I like to refer to that as the previous day and London gap. Now we'll go over and review last night's session drop. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Abhishek, good morning. Trader Farfar. How you doing? The Faceless Man. Love that name. Little Game of Thrones reference there. Son of Wall Street. What's going on, guys? All right. So going over to that gap from last night. Now, unfortunately, I think this was a little skewed. We're going to review the Globex IB here. I think it was a little skewed with the drop and the speed of the drop that we had last night. So that 24.5. I can't imagine we opened right at 24.5. I think there was definitely some slippage there, some orders left open from Friday that just happened to be a psych level at 24.5. We did have a pretty good representation of the Globex IB. We covered that on Friday's segment, if you guys remember. That IB didn't quite get to 50%, but it did give a very good bias for more downside into the session. And then once we get to midnight open, just about 11 o'clock midnight, then we reversed and we are currently sitting at our London 50 level. Now, the reason I'm back over to the QQQ chart here is because this is how I go about getting my previous day in London gap. We have a very nice gap to fill all the way up to 598.34, which should correlate to, we go over to Friday's low, 24,600. What's going on, guys? Oh, did I just see Ike in here? Good morning, Ike. How you doing? The godfather of the IB. CL last night, I did take a look at that. Sorry about that, Wyatt. CL, I took a look at last night, 103. Peaked all the way up at 119 a barrel on crude oil, which is insane. I saw a video, funny enough, on TikTok of some gas attendant that was like, no, I didn't. I saw a video last night of it was posted a couple of days ago. Some gas attendant was like, oh, gas is going to go up by 40 cents. For the next 2 days. We're increasing gas by 40 cents. And I was like, no way that's real. I don't need to go out of my way to fill up all my tanks. And not that it really matters. I mean, it's another $20 to fill everything up. It was kind of funny, though. It was kind of funny. I had no anticipation of some random video from TikTok being this correct, but it was. Going over to news for today, I like to use Market Watch. No preference. This is just what I've always ended up using. We have no scheduled news today, March 9th, Monday, March 9th. No scheduled news. This week we do have CPI on Wednesday, and that's pretty much about it for heavy hitting news. We do have PCE on Friday, GDP on Friday, first revision. Not really that big of a data week, just CPI Wednesday, no scheduled news today. Now, it's up to your discretion with the scheduled news. I don't think that scheduled news days have that big of an impact. It does depend on where we're sitting in terms of sentiment, geopolitical conflicts. Over the weekend, obviously, we did have more conflict with Iran. That's the reason that we are down 300 points right now. Not entirely certain that we're going to recover the entire move up. We do have a very slim chance of moving up to the full gap fill. These are the first stats that I usually look at for the day, starting every day. What are our odds of having a gap fill? For a gap over 1%, it's typically less than 30%, meaning that we have a 70% chance that this gap does not get filled. However, given that we do have this previous day in London gap, now this one is a 92% chance that it fills. The only variable for this is 92% that it happens in general. Doesn't mean that it has to happen today. Doesn't mean it has to happen tomorrow. It just means that this gap does need to get filled. So if you see price continuing up towards 595.71, we're up at like 598. More likely than not, we're going to go and hit 598.31, which is where that gap is. So I would like to see maybe today we get a move all the way up to 598. Now we did kind of melt quite a bit after hours on Friday, so we don't quite have to fill that gap. It's all the way up at 599, just about. Yeah, the gap's 599, almost 600 actually. So that gap, we may fill up to 599, maybe all the way up to 600. It is a significant drop. And then we also have crude oil that has the same, crude oil and gold both have the same previous day in London gap. For crude, that gap is, I'm just going to mark up the high there. I'm not going to go all the way up to Friday's low. And then that's our overnight session. So technically, crude should be filling down to 92.75. Obviously, we're not going to have sustained price action over 100 barrel. The last time this happened was way back in that little drop of 2022, if you guys remember trading that. That was post-COVID, when all the stimulus checks that got sent out were causing the market to have a lot of worry about a recession. Now, this go around, we are looking at conflict that probably won't be sustained. So we shouldn't have to maintain price over 100 a barrel. Crazy enough, last week we were just trading at 69, which is very peculiar that we had this much of a move. Good morning, guys. Will we retrace into yesterday's range? This is the breakout. 2 p.m. stream start. Yes, forgot to mention, we also had daylight savings time over the weekend. Sunday, yesterday actually. So make sure you guys all have your clock set back if you are tuning in from Europe, Australia, anywhere outside the US. You just gained an hour in the US. If you guys have any debate topics you want me to have with myself, I know Tom and Terry usually have a debate. I can debate myself, I suppose. Hit that like button, share. Don't forget to join. Thank you. 75% of you thinking that we will retrace back into today's range. What's going on, Pipty? How you doing? I do not trade T-Trades GXT. No, I have my own models. I trade the London 50, which is actually holding up really well pre-market. This is a bias tool for me. Everything that I trade is really revolving around a bias. I like to trade directional bias, meaning that as long as I can determine which way price is going to go, I know that sounds a lot easier than it is. If I can determine which way price is going to go based on statistics, then I continue to ride that trend until my price target hits. So for today, I have a directional bias to the upside. 598.34 is going to be my ultimate price target. That's previous day's low. We have two stats for that. So we have our previous day in London gap. That has a 92% chance of filling. And then we also have our outside day stat, which has a 75% chance of filling. So we have two pretty strong statistics pointing to the upside. I will maintain a directional bias up to 598.31. Something I also want to add in is, and I covered this on Friday, the hardest thing to do in trading is not taking a trade. I don't typically trade the first 15 minutes of market open. So that first 15-minute candle, 9:30 to 9:45, I'm not even in the market. I'm not present. I'm not looking to take a trade. I'm simply watching the chart, seeing if my directional bias is valid. For the next 45 minutes or so, I'm looking to take entries off of the IB that also line up with a directional bias. For that directional bias, the IB low or high forming first gives me the first hour range, obviously the initial balance. That also gives me my bias for the open. I look to trade until the IB is broken because that has a 98% chance of happening on any given trading day. Not a 98% win rate, just a 98% chance that price breaks out of the initial balance range. After that's broken, I'm no longer looking to trade for the day. So it's a very finite window that I have to trade. Unless my directional bias is still valid, meaning that we have not hit the initial balance high or low, or we haven't hit that 598.38 level. A great example of this was last week's price action on Thursday last week. So we had Wednesday's low. That was 4 a.m. Sorry. Where's our 9 o'clock opening low? Right there. So we had Wednesday's low and Wednesday's high. That's an inside bar stat. So this gives me my directional bias going to Thursday. Inside bars have a 86% chance of breaking. You dislike the change in time every time. I thought for daylight savings hours, I thought this was supposed to be done and gone like years ago. I thought they were trying to get rid of daylight savings hours. I thought they were finally going to get rid of it. Anyway, going over to that inside bar, and this is a great example for playing directional bias. This is how I play directional bias. We failed to take previous day's high. Thursday, March 5th, last week. We failed to take previous day's high. I wasn't in the trade for previous day's high. I was actually in longs for the initial balance break high. Ended up losing, I think, 82 on it on Thursday. We failed to break to the upside. As soon as I saw us break to the downside of the initial balance and then retest back up to 50%, and we did take an IB by retracement trade on Friday, so you guys should be a little familiar with this. I targeted shorts, or I was in shorts targeting down to previous day's low because, again, we have a 82% chance of breaking previous day's high or previous day's low when price opens within previous day's range. Once we hit previous day's low, you can see how much support we had at that level, and then we had a little V shape in the close. Same thing. This is just an outside day. So I am targeting a move up to 598 because we have a 75% chance of hitting that level, as well as a 92% chance because of the gap that we have. So everything that I rely on trading wise all comes from statistics. That's where I put all my stress. That's where I put all the worry that I have in trades. That's pretty much how I get around trading out of emotion. Because I'm relying on the statistics, I don't have to rely on hoping that I'm right. I don't have to hope that this is going to be the low before we go and make a high. I know that we have a very solid chance of going up to this level, down to this level, wherever it might be. I'm glad phones auto and put the new times. Yeah, I had our stove, our microwave, the physical clock that we have. I had to go through and reset all those, which it's not that bad of a thing to do. Just kind of funny. You wake up and it's 8:30 as opposed to being 7:30 on a Sunday. You end up losing all that time. Discounts for today. And continued discounts anyway. Code YouTube, you can get your first 25K Flex account for $49, or you can get a Rapid plan, which are my personal favorite, for 20% off. And the profit split on those is 90-10. You can get daily payouts if you maintain the buffer over 2,600. Hello, hello. How's everyone doing? What is previous day on Monday morning? Previous day is your Friday's range. That's why I use Qs. I do not really care about the Sunday Globex Open and what that did. I actually had some questions about this last night regarding the gap. Now, we did fill most of that move down. This is also a new week opening gap, so there's another level that we have to validate a move to the upside. That is going to be a price target up to 24,632.75. I'm going to be looking for a continued move up to that new week opening gap. It should break through it. Once we are through that level, I think we'll have a little resistance, probably come back down. Maybe with how close it is to that gap fill, we'll get the full gap fill. We are only down 0.9% now, so it has come back quite a bit. And again, no scheduled news today. None scheduled. So we have no volatility, no catalyst, no increased spikes in volatility. Nothing is going to be scheduled today unless it is Trump speaking, unless we have a speaker that comes out and has an unscheduled talk. Anything that has volatility behind it or a catalyst behind it today is going to be random. So we're not going to be able to predict that type of move. Now, I am a very cautious trader, especially when the VIX is trading over 17. As you can see, the VIX is currently trading at 31, plus or minus probably 50 cents because this is the delayed chart. Anytime the VIX is over 17, the implied move of the market varies significantly up and down. Something else that I like to go and bring up is the SPY implied move for the week. Now, this is a free tool that I found years ago when AI first started getting big. This shows you the implied move for any stock based on the options AI for any given week. This week ends. What's the end of this week? Friday this week should be, I'm spacing, March 13th? Yes. So March 13th, we have a 2.7% implied move for SPY this week. You can also go over to Qs. And Qs has, for March 13th at 4, we have a 2.7% implied move on Qs as well. So up to 616.22, down to 583.28. That directly lines up with what the VIX is telling us in terms of volatility and implied movement. 31 on the VIX is insane. Anytime it's trading over 17, you'll more likely than not get stopped out with even 50-point stop losses, and that's just on a wick that you'll have up and down. So there's not really much that you can do about avoiding that volatility when the VIX is trading this high. For those asking why the stream is early, daylight savings time in the US market opens 1 hour earlier. Yes. We lost an hour, but it gets dark an hour later now, which is really nice. Up here in Maine in the dead of winter, it got dark at like 3 o'clock for a week. 3 o'clock p.m. ET, which is miserable. It's terrible. Going over to gold last night as well. I did trade this a little bit. My best tip for trading gold, I'm not trading it after like 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock. I made a lot of money on the entire move that we had way back here. Who remembers when gold was, and this is just before it got restricted on most prop firms, who remembers when gold was making like 200-point moves overnight? January 19th all the way to January 28th. So just about a week and a half worth of trading. It was making 200-point moves for fun. It was just directionally trading. The best way to trade gold, I think, when this is trending as strong as it is just wait for a pullback. And we did the same thing last night. It made me very happy. You just wait for a pullback, which happens to be really when the candle flashes green on the 15-minute is when I did it. You can see how calculated this move was to the downside. We had strong red candle down, doji candle, strong red candle down, doji candle, strong red, doji, strong red, doji, strong red. As soon as that stopped being a doji, I wasn't really trading after 10 anyway. I closed my position, lucky enough, at 50.30 last night. And the low that gold made was 50.20. So I almost caught the entire move down just off of entering on pullbacks. So when gold's trending, it will continue to trend. It does not like to pivot its direction. I love trading gold when it's trending like that. After 100 years of waiting on what? Yes, TradeBait did get the lockout feature for TradeBait prop accounts, which is really nice. I actually used it already going into today because of the gold move that I had last night, as well as an attempt on shorts. I did catch very little of that move, but I did manage to catch a little tiny bit of that downside. The continued downside from, we almost hit the IB 50 last night, 24,325. We ended up going all the way down to 24,000 flat. And then that's when we had our jump back up, and we're currently back up at 24.4. My take on the market doing this, the biggest question I get asked by far, the most asked question I get, how do I, if I'm trading a 25K or a 50K prop account, how do I go about making 800 on the day or making 1,000 on the day? You're not going to make 1,000. I'm sizing with micro, so keep that in mind. You're not going to make that much money, and you shouldn't be worried about the dollar amount. You should just trade one setup. If that setup gives you a higher yield, great. If not, no yield there. It's a regular trading day. If we have a market consolidation day like Friday, February 27th, this is not a day that you're going to go and put your foot all the way down the gas, make $1,000, move on with your day. However, our move that we have overnight into open already on MNQ, we've made an 800-point range already. 400 points down, 400 points right back up. 800 points. If you catch one micro for the entire move, not saying you're going to unless you're a god tier trader, that is $1,600 on one micro. So you can do a lot of damage with micros. You can do a lot of damage with smaller size. You don't need to size up to make a lot of money. You need the market to make the move for you. So the movement that the market's having, that's the movement that you capitalize on. You do not capitalize on a market day like February 27th, where it's moving sideways for hours and hours and hours. You had one move for the day, and then price consolidated for the next 6 hours. This time frame right here is not where you put your foot in the gas. The time frame that you could put your foot on the gas or look for larger trades, especially with the VIX trading over 30, is a move like this, where you've moved 800 points. We haven't even gotten to New York Open yet. We have another 5 minutes to go. We're moving 800 points before 9:30 on a Monday. This is when you make a significant amount of profit. So 30 giveaways today, Abhishek? I don't know. We'll see. I'm not Abhishek, so I don't have the answer there, but overnight moves are much bigger since March started. All your moves are derived from where the VIX is trading. So if you see the VIX, 17 is the magic number. If the VIX is below 17, it's a very choppy, slow, methodical moving market. If the VIX is over 17, let alone over 20, let alone over 30, you're going to be experiencing 100+ point wicks up and down. So what I'm expecting, especially why I don't trade the opening 15-minute candle, this is all journaled on my own, back tested. The 15-minute opening candle had 60% of my losses. associated with it. I did this with the London 50 back in March of last year. That's how long it's been since I've been trading the opening 15-minute candle. That opening 15-minute candle had 60% of my losses. That one move, 60% of the losses that I took happened within the first 15 minutes. So, probably smart for me to stop trading the first 15-minute opening candle, right? You love all the statistics. Yeah, everything that I do in trading is all statistics. The approach that I have, and it's helped significantly, putting my stress in trades on the numbers as opposed to putting them in my emotions and hoping that price is going to go in the direction I want it to. Even if you have a mechanical entry model, there's still a little bit of hope that you have, and there's definitely a little luck that goes along with trading. As long as you're not relying solely on luck, you're fine. Good morning, Waldive. R2, how you doing? Rolo, good morning. El Supremo, Rebo. Where is everyone tuning in from today? Disregard, I got you, Patrick. Where is everyone tuning in from today? Hopefully you guys had a great weekend. We got New York City, Virginia, Missouri, London, Morocco, Colorado, W Zinc. Thank you. That's a weird place. It's a weird state. Texas, Wales, worldwide audience, Thailand, Brazil. Still no one from Maine. Apparently there's just Pine Trader and myself. Mumbai, Morocco, Portugal, Iraq, India. Crude $100 a barrel, yes. All right, so my bias into open here. Now, I'm not going to trade the first 15-minute opening candle. Minnesota, soon to be Wyoming. Nice. My bias here into open, again, up to that gap fill 598.29. The reason these gaps are so significant, and they're a lot more significant than, say, the gap that you have at 4 in the morning, as opposed to the one that we have coming into New York Open. These are orders that were not filled. And this is the new week opening gap as well. Go back over to M&Q just to pull up that overnight gap. New week opening gaps is a lack. They have a lack of orders that are filled. So all those orders that were placed Friday's closed into coming up to Monday's open here in the next 30 seconds, all those orders need to get filled. They need to have some kind of liquidity that goes up to that level. They need to get filled up to 598.38. That's why that gap is so important. The overnight gaps during the week, those ones are not nearly as important because those orders are traded all night long. Do I use the outside day stat? I do, yes. That's lining up with the gap fill that we have right now, 598.35. So outside days stat points to us filling up to this gap. Previous day's low was what the target is there. Ding, ding, yes. Sorry, I didn't have the actual bell active. Shame on me. There we go. We're crawling up into that gap. 598 now. 595, sorry. 596. The bottom of this gap is at 595.74. And then the entire fill is up to 598.35. That is Friday's low. 598.33. Sorry. So we're starting. We dipped into the gap a little bit. SPY's gap, same concept. SPY's gap is a little bit less, 669.82. That is our low from Friday. SPY was actually a lot weaker on Friday, so it makes sense that the gap is closer. We just need to fill up to 669.80 on SPY. Again, no scheduled news today. Pro account promo, 30% off for those unlimited uses. Nice. There you go. You guys that enjoy the pro account, you get 30% off on those unlimited uses. Code YouTube, as always. Casual 100 points. Yeah. Thank the VIX. The thing that I do enjoy about just familiarizing myself with Q so much, it's about 45 points per dollar move that Q's has. So if Q's goes from 594 to 595, that's about 45 points on QQQ. 40 to 45. It is percent based. So the lower it's trading, obviously it's a dollar move doesn't correlate to 40 points anymore. But being so familiar with price recently, because we've been trading within the same range since September of last year, hasn't been much variance on MNQ compared to QQQ. When we were trading back down here in the 400s, April of last year, a dollar move on Qs was like 25 points, 20 points on Qs. It was 25, 26, maybe in that range. Now that Qs is trading up at 624, that dollar move has substantially increased because of the percent correlation. Very cautious when the VIX is trading this high, yes. London high kissed. It did. It wicked up a little bit. There you go, Roland. Very nice. Played the long to fill the gap, 1 MNQ, and added 1 MNQ. Done for the day. Very good. Love it. You heard the OG Magnus is about to host today. Yes, Magnus has his stream after mine, 10 o'clock to 11. He's filling in for Pine. And then after that, you have Leo coming up with his Sistis, his change and stay deliveries. And then after that, Methodical Man, followed by Matthew. Rocket Scooter. Can't contain myself. It's funny. Any exact time for the IB setup? Yes, the IB is finalized at 10:30. It's only 9:35 right now, so we still have another 55 minutes to go. I do not trade the first 15-minute opening candle. I want to make that very clear. I backtested it myself. I backtested the data with both the London 50, trying to get a directional bias this early in the market, especially on a Monday open. Especially on a Monday open. You have everyone that has been out of the market since Friday at 6 o'clock. That is, or 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, whatever it is. Everyone is antsy to get back in the market. That's why I avoid the overnight Globex open on Sunday. I did try to trade it last night. I didn't have a retracement up to 50% for me to get into the IB, so I wasn't able to get into that trade. Bias was still correct, just wasn't able to get an entry. So everyone that has been out of the market since 4:45 on Friday afternoon, antsy to get back in. You have all the news that comes out over the weekend. Those same people are just as antsy to get back in on Monday's open. So that first 15-minute candle, and I'd urge you guys to go and back test this yourself. 60% of my losses were associated with that first 15-minute candle. So I am completely taking that variable out of my trading, and that will also cut down my losses by 60%, or should take away 60% of my losses because I'm no longer trading that first candle. We do have another 24 minutes on the segment here. Maybe MyFundedFutures prop firm can give me some debate topics, or you guys in chat can give me something to talk about. Something to debate myself with, or debate with chat, better yet. Did you used to trade the 15-minute orb? I did, and I think everyone at some point has traded the 15-minute orb. Actually, you know, better yet, drop a 1 in chat if you guys at some time in your trading career have traded the 15-minute orb. Oh, we got some forms in chat. How many we got? 4 so far. There you go. Gotta be quick with them. I think some point in everyone's trading career, every person has tried the 15-minute orb. I don't use it anymore. I do have some friends that still trade it, and they're decently successful with it. It's more so of a bias tool. Same thing that the IB is. I will say the orb got watered down in terms of delivery. Some people use it for bias. Some people use it for entries. Because of how many people use it and how many people try to rebranding it, I've seen there's obviously the orb itself, and then there's different variations of it that people have tried popularizing, watering it down, and then now it's no longer the orb, but they try to renaming it to their own brand. But I do not use it, no. I have used it, though. I used it in the past. There you guys go. There's the form access for you. Wick to hell. Prime example of why I do not touch that first 15-minute candle. We did get our high forms first on the IB. So we do have a very slight bearish bias now, unless we pivot up. Again, the IB forms at 10:30. It's not something that forms this early. I still want us. We tapped into the gap, which is important. We filled some of the orders. Overall price action seems to be maintained bearish. Why don't you use the 25% retracement for the IB? And do you enter earlier on 2 to 5 minutes before it's set? If yes, why? I do use the 25%. I don't have it marked, but it's easy enough to go and see. Like, I can tell that the 25% marks at 5.94, plus or minus maybe 20 cents. It's dependent on the size of the range. So if we go to get the indicator back up here, if we go to last week, for example, I did this on Wednesday last week. I took the entry on SPY at about 609. Actually, I'll just pull up SPY. What am I doing? Instead of looking at Qs. I took the entry at about 684.30-ish on Wednesday last week for the IB. And then it went broke at 11 o'clock. I took that entry early. That's obviously a lot earlier than the 50% mark because of how large the range was. A little tongue tie there. If the range of the IB, I don't have like a solid measure for how large the IB needs to be for this. If you, these 2 days, for example, these 3 days actually, if you see, so February 25th, look at the size of this IB. Let me draw it in here. This IB is going to trade a lot differently than the one that comes the next day. As you can see, the range that we had on Wednesday, February 25th was maybe a quarter of the size of the range that we had on Thursday, February 26th. These IBs are going to trade much differently. Same going over to Friday, February 27th. This range is about half the size of the one on Thursday, which is 4 times the size of the one that was on Wednesday. Size of the range dictates a lot about how early I'll enter. If the range is a lot smaller, then I'll enter early. If the range is, and obviously we haven't had it set yet today. This range so far, it's about $4. So coming up on 160, 180 points. This is a pretty big range for the first 15-minute opening candle. And we haven't even closed that first candle yet. We still have another 3 minutes. This is a pretty damn big range today. So I'm not going to trade this the same that I would trade the range that, say, we had on Friday. We still have another 45 minutes for this to develop as well. And I can probably remove that arrow. I don't think that we're going to jump back up there quite yet. The range the range gives a lot of bias on directionally up, directionally down, sideways, how I trade the IB. Hopefully that answered your question. Do you prefer the IB only? It is my main trading strategy, my main trading model right now. But I trade more so, kind of had this realization over the weekend, actually. I trade more so directional bias than anything. The IB just helps giving directional bias. I think bias means everything. If you can identify which way price is going on the long run and just re-enter on that trend. I say this stat all the time. 80% of the time price is trending, it will continue to do so. Only 20% of the time it will pivot. So if you can capitalize on that trend and you can identify that trend, perfect example is from last night on gold. Gold, beautiful trend down all night. And you can see we actually had, that's our trend from last night right there, that super steep trend. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, and on the 5th retest, 4 out of 5, the 5th retest was the one that ended up breaking the trend. That stat, 4 over 5, nice little, is 80%. So that's where that stat comes from. 4 out of 5 times you react to the trend, you're going to maintain that trend. The 5th one, and this one just happened to be perfect, the 5th one is the one that ended up breaking that trend and going to the upside. So that's how you use trend trading, how I use it anyway. That's the stat that I always refer to. 80% of the time, price is trending in one direction, it will continue in that direction. Obviously, this one was as perfect of an example as you can get. But this is the same for any chart, any time frame, any trend that you have established. And the trend is described as higher lows, higher highs, lower lows, lower highs. Different Magnus? No, I believe it's the same one that you're anticipating. Yes, this is Magnus. This is he. We are bouncing off London 50 right now, which I do like to see here. Still a little early for an entry on the IB. As you guys can see, it is formed. The green line is the IB high, the red line is the IB low, and the blue line is the IB 50. The IB high formed first, the IB low formed second, meaning that we will be targeting the IB low unless in the next 45 minutes we go and take a new IB high. So what we want for price, I'll go down to the 1 minute to draw this out here. What we want from price is something like this. In a perfect world, we would not make a new IB low. We'd consolidate, go and hit that IB 50, and then push down. But again, we do have another 45 minutes to go in the IB. No scheduled news today. So any volatile moves are just based on the VIX and the VIX alone. Unless you go on to Walter Bloomberg on Twitter or whatever you use for your fast market news, unless you see something from Trump or Iran or someone's getting bombed again, heaven forbid, then that's going to have an implied move associated with it. Do I scale in and out? Never. Never. It's a controversial topic that a lot of people jump on my back for about not holding runners. All the trades that I hold, I exit the full. I enter full, exit full. I think I've maybe scaled into a winning trade a handful of times. And I don't have any data for how successful scaling in was. Looks like intraday margin just got increased on gold and crude oil. Shocking. Message from Weeble. Intraday margin will be 2 times the typical amount for equity index, energy, and metal contracts. Stefan, if I don't think he's in here. If you guys watched his segment during Thursday night or Wednesday night, does anyone in chat know what the current margin requirement for a single contract to silver is? Does anyone know what the current margin requirement for a single contract to silver is? It was previously 17,000 for one full silver contract. That was months ago, but currently, let's see if anyone guessed it in chat. 80K, 5K, 75K, 100K. No. The closest guess is now less than half. There you go. Caveman got pretty close. 170,000. I don't know what the requirement is with that update from Weeble, if that's market wide, but it was $186,000. That's what Stefan said on Wednesday night. $186,000 for a single contract of silver. Shahid said 190,000. New closest guess there. Which is insane. 42,000. Still a few of them are coming in. Never trading silver. No, I don't think there's many people that will be trading silver. And with that update from Weeble that I just got, intraday margin rates will be 2 times the typical amount. If that means that silver is now up to 390,000, 370,000. That would be insane. I don't think it will be. That's intraday. The one that Stefan was trading, I'm sure, was the overnight session, which you need the full margin requirement, not intraday margin. But if you think about the fact that, yes, prop firms are restricting you on the quantity of silver or gold that you can trade, it's not because they hate you and they don't want you to trade those silver contracts. It's because you just can't do it. You can't trade 5 silver contracts on a 50K, or if you're on a 25K flex, I think that's up to 3 minis. You don't even have a fraction of what you need to trade a single silver contract on a 25K flex. So you're not going to be able to trade 3 minis. For one micro silver, it's 18,000. So that's really as much as you should be trading on a 25K flex. One micro silver. One candle on account blows. Yeah, these wicks are very aggressive right now. Still not really a directional bias assessed. I would say that this 1 minute pullback was a bearish mindset to have, or bearish directional bias. It didn't quite hit 50% of the IB. The IB is still way too early to enter right now. But even with this pullback, it's still way too early for us to get in. We failed to go all the way up to that gap. We did get into the gap, which is nice to see, but we failed to go all the way up to 598.35. This is, we're putting in 100-point wicks up and down right now. And again, guys, I want to make this very clear. Keep in mind what the VIX is trading at. You cannot trade the same way that you were 2 weeks ago right now. The VIX is trading at 31. 2 weeks ago, the VIX was trading at 20. 2 weeks before that, the VIX was trading all the way down at 13. You cannot trade the market the same right now as you were a couple weeks ago. The moves are simply too volatile. I got ran through on it on Thursday last week. I had a 50-point stop on a trade, and I got wicked out almost to that 50-point stop. I think it ended up going 60 points to the upside, and then it came crashing all the way back down. And this was on Thursday last week. So you cannot trade the same way. I think I will learn new things from Magnus. I'm sure you will. People sleep on ES and MES. ES is about half the risk of NQ contracts. So even if you find yourself feeling like you're risking too much with MNQ or NQ, if you want to risk about $200 on a trade and MNQ has a risk of 400, you can go over to one MES, and that one MES will have, that almost always has 1/2 the risk that MNQ does. So if you want to trade $200 of risk, but the market's range is too large, today's kind of pushing it. We're already at a damn near $6 range right now, which is 240-ish points, 260 points. If you want to risk less, you only want to risk $200, you can manipulate your contract sizes over to one MES as opposed to doing one MNQ. 2 MES usually equals to one MNQ, vice versa. Or at least it keeps my heart rate down. Yeah, that too. If you find your heart rate spiking up because you're trading an MNQ with this large of a range. You can trade micro gold and micro silver with MyFundedFutures, but with limited contracts, 25K account, max 1 contract, 50K account, max 2, 100K, max 4, 150K, max 6. Which Abhishek makes perfect sense, and everyone needs to understand that. With the margin requirements, you cannot go and fund your own 25K account and trade more than 1 micro silver or even 2 micro golds. So it's not because the prop firm hates you. It's because the CME has restricted it. Scalping is very, very dangerous. Looks like Seek and Destroy. We're coming up on 5 minutes left on this segment. So if you guys have any last minute questions, drop them. I know I probably wasn't as lively as Tom and Terry. I know Tom usually takes a couple of trades this early in the day. No debate, obviously. Can't really debate myself. But nonetheless, hope you guys enjoyed. Learned a thing or two. VIX Masterclass. In essence, the only thing that you need to know about the VIX, summarized down, if the VIX is trading over 17, size way down. If the higher the VIX is trading, the larger the wicks are going to be on SPY and Qs. So if you're trading the VIX and you're used to trading the VIX, or you're used to trading the market when the VIX was trading at 17 to 20, you can probably handle 50 to 75 points for a stop out wick. Those same stop out wicks right now are going to be well over 100 points. Thursday was a great example of this. Friday had the same exact thing. I know Methodical Man was actually part of this little stop run here. Friday, no news, 10:45. Retraced down 140 points and then popped right back up 140 points in the next candle. Regardless of your entries, regardless of your sizing, that's way too big of a stop loss, way too big of a wick for you to capitalize on. Same thing for Thursday last week. Same thing for today. I mean, even that opening wick that we had, 596 down to, came all the way back down to 592. That's almost a 200-point wick. And now this wick right back up is another 100 points. So that is, in essence, a little summary on the VIX. If the VIX is trading high, maybe don't try to trade the same way you were, or size down a little bit. No problem. No problem, Pit T. See my mentor pay out 78, 79K in just 2 weeks from the 150K. Is that from the pro account, Prabin? It's Magnus time. Yeah, you guys got another 2.5 minutes to go for Magnus. He's coming up next. He will be live 10 to 10:30, and for his segment, he's covering bankroll exposure. So if you guys want to know more about covering your bankroll, preserving your bankroll, Magnus is going to be covering that here shortly. And then after that, 10:30 to 11:30, Leo will be live. He's covering his sistis. The Methodical Man, no Bull Barbie today, just Methodical Man, and then Matthew Cohort. Hope Magnus is not like the strict professor. Yeah, he's gonna give all of you dunce caps unless you listen. Be very careful today, guys. Very careful. We are making 70-point wicks so far for fun. This 1 minute candle right back up was about 45 points. The whole 15-minute candle or even 5-minute candle here is 120 points, just about. So be careful with the sizes of these moves. Even one micro will do some damage today. Let's be very cautious. Thank you for the knowledge. Of course, of course. Very nice addition to the stream. I'm sure we'll be back to normal next week. Tom and Terry will have their segment Monday. You guys don't have to worry about that. They will be live again tomorrow. You guys can get your debate in. Next up, we have Magnus. Hopefully you guys are a little excited for that. Drop a 1 in chat if you guys enjoyed this little segment. I know we didn't get the IB trade out. The IB trade is still developing. But if you enjoyed a little summary on how to trade the VIX. But that will do it for me today, guys. Have a great rest of your day. Next up, Magnus. Peace out.
Greetings, chat. It has been a while, hasn't it? I think you can hear me. Let me just check my settings. Yeah, because sometimes it takes the microphone from the camera, you know. So now it should be good. How are you guys doing? It has been a while, hasn't it? This is actually the first time ever that I'm on a solo segment, but it's gonna be just me and you now for a little while. And also, as you can see, some of you think I'm bald. I'm not bald. I actually have hair, you know? So, I see a lot of regulars in the chat as well. It's a pleasure to be here. Long time no see. All right, so look, I know many of you are waiting for the winners, right? And I have some good news and some bad news. The bad news are we will not be announcing them just yet. A little bit later in my segment. I promise I won't forget. The good news are, let's have Abhishek pick one winner from the chat as well, like just as a bonus to get things started. So this is going to be a rapid 50K account, just a bonus account. So that just someone from the chat, all right? We might need slow mode for it, so. I see you like it. So what I want to talk about today is actually going to be about bankroll management. I know you all are focused on trying to win now. I hope Abhishek is here, otherwise I will have to pick a winner myself. Anyways, I want to talk about bankroll management today. It's something different. It's not going to be about. Okay, Abhishek is going to do a riddle. So what I will talk about is bankroll management. I'm not going to talk about psychology or technical analysis, okay? Our wonderful hosts, they cover it every day. So I don't need to do that, I feel like. But I want to... The reason I want to talk about this is because I get a lot of DMs. A lot of DMs about people who have been, or are, rather, in my situation where I have been, because I didn't have an easy time learning how to trade. It was my own stupidity, honestly, right? I'll be honest. When you're younger, I'm 26 now, I'm turning 27 this year. When you're younger, you do a lot of stupid stuff, right? And you can really get burnt if you don't slow down. You need to cap your losses. So my intention today will be to talk about a different approach on how to think in prop firms. Rather like it's like how to build velocity and how to manipulate your balance. All right. But first off, what I want to start with here is because I get a lot of DMs from people who struggle, right? And I want to say something. Okay. A lot of you are trying to make it in prop firms by you are trying to put in everything or 50% of what you have in your bank account for an evaluation. And I'm sorry, but that's just not realistic, right? It's just not realistic. Someone needs to be there to tell you that. I wish someone would have told me that, or maybe they did, but I didn't believe them because I was in the same position as you, right? I don't want to believe it. So consider this. If the reason I recently wrote a thread about this on X, the reason I say that, let's take MyFundedFutures, for example. You have a $107 account, right? Okay. If you have a $107 account, how much do you need to have in order to afford to buy the evaluation? Because it's not $107 or $200. You can't be spending 50% of your bankroll on a single evaluation. It's just not realistic. Imagine you are walking into a casino, into a blackjack table, and you have $100. Are you expecting to actually flip that into something else, say $1,000? Like, be honest. Or are you going there because you're drunk and want to have fun, right? But some of you are flipping it, and you want to try to actually make some money when you're not in a position where you can do it. Right? The only thing it's going to do is it's going to cause you to most likely lose that as well. You are against odds. That's not to say you can't do it. And I see Abhishek is doing a riddle. Guess the word. Well, good luck, guys, whoever wins it. All right, there's a winner. Okay, so the reason on X I say that you should have this times 10. Okay, this is not completely random number. So if you want to buy an evaluation, I'm sorry to tell you, but you should have $1,000 to spend, right? The reason I say that, because if you buy a 50K account, the odds of you actually passing the account in a vacuum is roughly 1/3, okay? So that's where 3 attempts come from. So that's 3 times 107, which is 3 to 1, right? And then that's the expected cost to pass an account. And then you have the 321. You take that times 3 again, and you get 963. So you have 3 attempts in the evaluation, as well as 3 attempts in the sim funded stage. So, but because I just like the number 10, I rounded up to 1,070. So that's the first thing. If you are in a spot where you don't have money, I'm sorry to tell you, but you shouldn't I don't think personally, if I would be able to go back in time, I wouldn't buy an account like that. Like, because I was spending my rent money trying to make it. Eventually I did, but you shouldn't try, because it's, looking back at it, that was rough. Okay. And I know, like, it's, some people say my rent money is more than, I know, I've been in your position, trust me. Maybe Abhishek can link me the post that I have next. Thank you, Abhishek, by the way. That's the first thing. So you need to have capital in order to spend, because you can't play the game if you have no chips left. Okay? It's just not going to happen. By the way, my segment is short, so I would love to give an introduction about, I've been on the stream a few times before. I would love to give an introduction of who I am, how I got here, and my experience. I've been trading for 6.5 years by now, but we don't really have the time because Leo is here to take over soon. So this is the first thing, but what I want to talk about really, and this is something you should pay notes to and at least think about, is the asymmetric risk to reward in trading, prop firms specifically. Okay, so I have a question for you, chat. If you purchase a 50K account from MyFundedFutures for $107, all right, and then let's say you trade it, you take a few losses, all right, a few losses here and there, and you're down $1,000. Okay, so you have $1,000 drawdown left. This is your drawdown. You start the account and you get a losing streak. How much? I'm asking you, chat. How much did you lose? How much money have you lost at this point? Let's see who knows. I've said this before. Also, I hope that is not a crazy echo, because I just pretty recently moved into a new place, and it's quite empty. Jan is saying $50. It's not $50. I know how you think about it. Yeah. So at this point, you haven't really lost anything yet. But what I want to say is, what you lost, you haven't lost anything, but you definitely haven't lost $1,000. What you have lost at this point is 50% of what you paid for the $107. But you haven't lost anything yet. Now, if you lose, let's say you lose $2,000, now you blow up. Okay, at this point, you didn't lose $2,000. What you lost is $107. Okay, so big in drawdown, you're still fine. First of all, that's the first thing. But you need to be thinking about this, not in terms of risk reward. A lot of people ask, what is the best risk reward? Is it 1-to-1? Is it 2-to-1? Is it 3-to-1? It's, first of all, there's no such thing. It doesn't matter. The risk reward thing, that isn't, unless you're actually a mechanical trader or algo trader who have backtested the optimal, because volatility changes. There's no such thing as a best risk reward. All right. So what you really should be thinking about is not trade risk reward. You should be thinking about your bank risk reward. Okay. So you buy an account for $107, okay, and you pass it. Let's say it takes you 3 tries to pass it. Okay, so the average cost will be 321. We can expect, because believe it or not, the stats are actually lesser than that. But if you would be actually trading purely on random, right, without any charts whatsoever, it would be 321, roughly a third you would pass. But most of us, we get ahead of ourselves, right, and we destroy any edge we could have, because you can have an edge. You trade the unicorn, you trade the IB, it doesn't matter. Okay, if it gives you an edge, you have a better chance than 33% technically to pass. But just for simplicity's sake, I say 321 because it's a third to pass a 50K account. The formula for this, by the way, because I come from statistics, and that is my background, and probabilities. The way you can compute a probability of a trade hitting stop loss or TP is like this. You take your stop loss, okay, hold on, and then it is, so you take your stop loss divided by stop loss plus TP, okay? So this is your formula where you can calculate, you can compute what your probability is to hit a trade, okay? So let's put this in perspective. If you have a trade which has 500 in stop loss, that is your stop loss $500. This is not points, you can do it with points as well, but let's say it's dollars, $500. And then you insert 500 here, and your TP is 1,000, okay? Then what you have is 500 divided by 1,500, which is going to be around 33%. Okay, so that would be your probability if you would just not even look at the chart. Okay, just throwing that out there. But going back to this, if we can expect that it's going to cost us $321 to pass an evaluation. Now, prop firms, they're a little bit special. Many have it as a goal to get to a personal account at some point, and I agree. It's good. The flexibility is good. You go from an evaluation to a sim funded to the live Blue Rock Capital, and then eventually maybe you part your own way or you continue. It's up to you. But there are pros in prop firms as well. Consider this. If you paid $321 to pass an account, right? You paid that much. How much drawdown do you get to trade with? Do you get $300 to trade with? No. Do you get $1,000 to trade with? No. You get $2,000 to trade with. Okay? $2,000. Now, listen. If you risk 500 on the next trade to make 500, that is a 1-to-1 risk to reward. But what is your bank risk to reward? Obviously before profit split and stuff like that. Okay? But you are risking the cost of the account, which we have expected to be 321, to make 500 before split and so on. This is just a simplistic example. Your bank risk reward already on this, you haven't even blown the account. You have no risk of blowing the account, but you have already a better bank risk reward than before. Do you understand what I'm saying here? Okay. By the way, I'm going to pick the winners. I have them ready. I'm going to pick it in a couple minutes. I'm just going to finish this topic here. So there is a difference between trade risk reward and bank risk reward, and that is the leverage you get in prop firms. Now, you can look at prop firm rules and see them as restrictions, or you can flip it, and you can actually use the rules to your advantage. But you need to consider it as you optimizing for payouts and not necessarily optimizing your trading rules, like risking 1%, risking this and risking that. I mean, all that is good, right? You need to learn that as well. You need to have it for your trading. But you need to also optimize for actually getting paid, all right? You're not going to get paid by risking $50 in a trade and making $50. I'm sorry, but it's probably not going to happen. It can happen. I don't know. Maybe if you take 100 trades a day. I'm not sure, but I've never seen it happen before personally. Okay? So consider using the drawdown you get to your advantage, okay? Because this is, you haven't, even if you blew the entire drawdown, you haven't lost $2,000, you lost 321. But now if you made the same, consider this, it's a 1-to-1. You could make 2,000 or you could lose 2,000. It's a 50-50, right? Very simplistic view. Now, if you would make 2,000 before split and yada yada, but what is your risk reward? It's $2,000, but you would lose 321. What is your bank risk reward? It is multiples. It is multiples. Okay. So that is the first thing. You need to flip your mental, or you don't need to do anything. I say nothing here is financial advice. I'm not telling you to do anything. Okay. But I'm just trying to give you a perspective on how I managed to trade prop firms, because believe it or not, I tried trading a personal account and I was break even for 2.5 months. Yep. But in prop firms, I'm taking payouts left and right. Now, what does that tell you? Does that tell you that I'm an exceptional trader? Or does it tell you that I know how to play the game? I know how to, to trade as the prop firm wants me to trade, right? I think personally trading prop firms is easier than trading a personal. But I mean, we can put up a poll here. Which one is easier? Trading a personal or props? I want to see what you say. What do you think? Because trading a personal, obviously you have no rules, but there's also no reset button, chat. Like when you have a tilt session, it's so many people in the trading space, they have a tilt session, right? They trade and they tilt and they blow up the entire account. Well, it's not the end of the world. You can reset your account, right? But you can't reset the live account. I think Terry talked about this. She deposited, I think, $5,000 in a personal account, and he was gone. All right, it didn't go well, and it was gone. And there's no reset button. That $5,000 is gone. Okay, so consider that. Now, first, I will continue on this topic for a little bit more, but let's do some winners, shall we? I'm just gonna have a sip of coffee. Also, by the way, I'll take a few minutes before my segment ends to chat with you as well and just respond directly to you. But I just want to finish this topic first. Also, quite the rangy day we have had so far. That is pretty ugly. I mean, we were volatile before, so you could expect some ranging as well. But this is a mess. You can know it's a mess because if you place a line at the open, I mean, we have barely moved from it. It's like a magnet. It's just ranging here. Okay, some winners. So the X winner is going to be, I'm gonna put it in chat. X winner. It's going to be Eiffel Tower. Okay. That is the first X winner. Okay. Now, the first Google phone winner is going to be, let me actually put them all at once here. It's going to be easier for you. This is kind of tricky, you know. Speaking, looking at chat, doing all this, it's not easy. Let's see here. Some familiar names. All right. We still need to check you are present, though. Are you present? All right, guys, good luck. So the X winners are, sorry, the Google phone winners are Backstore, Bushido Trades, Sibanese, Pearlsome2, and Mystic Rick Trading. All right, Pearlsome is here, I see you. Bushido is here, I see you. You know, Bushido, it's actually funny. This guy got banned. He got banned, but it was a misunderstanding. It was a pretty funny story. I'm not gonna talk about it here, but you know. Let's see here. We have Pearlsome, we have Bushido. Let me see here. Sib is here. I see you, Sib. I'm still looking for Mystic Rick Trading and Baxter. Baxter is probably in live chat. For some reason, Baxter, I can't see him in the top chat ever. Because otherwise we'll have to do some rerolls here. Okay. I don't see Mystic Rick Trading. I don't see Baxter. But I see everyone else. All right. Give him a couple seconds. Okay, I see Baxter. Do we have Mystic Rick Trading or no? I do not see him. That is going to be a reroll. So it's going to be reroll X1. Now, guys, the rule is if they show up after the reroll winners and the reroll winners do not claim the prize, then these people, they get priority. If they would, you know, if they were in the bathroom or something, if the previous winners come after and the reroll winners are not there, then they can claim it, just so you know about it. All right, let's see here. The way I do this, chat, is I run a random number generator, and it's going to be number 68, which is going to be it's going to be Narendra Mahata. Are you present? And I see so many of you complaining like this is skewed, this is rigged, this is this and that. Look, I don't even trust the AI, so I use a random number generator nowadays. And Hoy for life, I think you are the X winner. I have not responded to you yet. I mean, I'm still on stream. I have not sent you anything. Okay, so Narendra Mahata is here. So those are going to be the winners. They are going to be Backstore, Bushido Trades, Sibanese, and Pearlsome, and Narendra Mahata. Congratulations. Jan, you're crazy. You're just crazy. Just no words. He's always trolling. All right, congratulations, everyone. Typing speed is awesome. Yeah, believe it or not, I used to play RuneScape as a child, just like Mr. Zinc. I used to play RuneScape, and you would be typing there, like selling lobster 100 GP, selling lobster, doing this, doing that, and I learned. You know, I type over 100 words per minute. It's pretty crazy. Can we have a timer shown in the forums? It's not as easy because I do it a lot. I want to improve the system, but you know, it's not easy. But we'll see. Okay, so I just want to finish this topic. There's one important detail here left. Let's imagine a scenario. By the way, 80% of you think that prop firms are easier than live. This has not been the case. I think I convinced you guys because this has not been the case before. Usually it's like 50-50, which is pretty crazy. But obviously, yeah, there's no right or wrong answer. It's just what people think. In this case, chat. So let's consider a scenario. You're trading, okay? Let's say that this is your trading portfolio, okay? You're trading, this is your P&L, okay? You go a little bit in drawdown, but you work yourself out of it. And now you are at a profit of $1,000. You made $1,000 on a MyFundedFutures Flex account, okay? You're up $1,000. What are you going to do, chat? Are you going to take a payout or are you going to keep building? What would you do? Because there is no right or wrong, but you can make an argument for both sides. If you keep trading the buffer, I mean, it's all right, but you know what is even better? If you trade the same day where you took a win. Why? Because you have a trailing drawdown of 2,000, okay? If you made $1,000 during a day, let's just say you would 1,000, now you have 3,000 in drawdown for that specific day, okay? So you actually have an easier, and this is only, it's sort of flex account, so there's no daily loss limit, 50% consistency, a phenomenal account. That's how we can push it. But what I would say you could do, and think about this, is you take a payout. You take a payout. Now, I've been in this situation, I needed to take a payout to pay rent, okay? Maybe you're in that situation, but let's just consider, let's do the math. You paid $107 to get the account, and you failed a couple times maybe, but you might have not spent $500 to, you probably are a little bit in profit. Now there's a split, so 400, but it's around break even. Let's say it's around break even. So you are break even, you take a payout, but what do you have left? This is 500 left, okay, roughly speaking, because there is no buffer. So if you have 500 left, what is this 500? It's not your money. This, my friends, this is house money. And house money, it doesn't matter if you blow it technically, but you don't lose anything on it. It's a risk-free opportunity. The same way you put a trade on break even, you can manipulate your portfolio in the sense that you take a payout, now the account is risk-free. And this is something you can do if you rotate accounts. I personally, I used to advocate for copy-trading a lot of accounts, and it's not bad. But the thing is, rotating account is pretty damn powerful because you can do stuff like this. So you take a payout, now you break even, and that's it. You have $500 to trade with, and you can do whatever you want. If you lose it, well, you didn't lose anything. You got the experience. If you make some money, great. I mean, it's a risk-free opportunity. So think about that. You need to be able to, and you can also plan for this. Like, how do you want to plan to use the house money? Okay, because it has to last a long time as well, like many months. Okay, so there's around 5 minutes left of this segment, but all this I've talked about is asymmetric opportunity or risk reward. You know, between your bank risk reward and your trading risk reward. So now, chat, I have 5 minutes to respond to any questions you have before Leo comes on. Shoot, go ahead. And no trolling, please. I've seen a bunch of weird comments. I'm not going to respond to them. And I'm not flexing, all right? Any trades today, Magnus? Yes, I actually did take a trade today. A few minutes after you open, I took a short from here to here. And the reason I did that, well, we purged the high. We lost structure. This, you can say it's CISD or whatever changes. It's support broken, okay? It breaks there, it closes below, and target this low. Why this low? If you look at the time from 7 a.m. EST until 9:30 EST, okay? you look at that specific time period, those highs and lows within that time period, they are very significant. Okay? They usually are good targets. You don't even, this is another thing, you don't need to use many time frames. I don't have time to talk about this, but you can literally like make it work with one time frame. No need to look at 4-hour fair value gaps, this and that. It doesn't matter. Okay? You need to figure out where price is going, and you need to get in on it. And you need to manage your risk. That's important. Okay? But it means you need to have a certain skill to read price as well. Like, does it make sense me getting in here, that price would come up here and then turn? Like, do I want to have my stop loss here or here? Okay, there's also evolving risk to reward. You know, if this is my TP here and price is this close, what is my risk to reward now? Let's say this was a 1-to-1. I got in here. It's no longer a 1-to-1 chat. It's like maybe 0.2 risk to lose 1.8. Is that a good risk to reward? It's not. It's not. That's evolving risk to reward, but I don't really have time to talk about that. But think about it. So you can maybe trail it a little bit here or here, locking in some profits. Liquidity says, what is the lowest time frame you look at and execute from? I like the 5 minute, but I can do the 1 minute as well. I've been practicing the 1 minute. It's really good to see in the early morning segment what it's gonna do. Like, I studied a lot of ICT, but I'm not an ICT trader. I don't like labels like that. So Mag comes on and flex female viewership does up by okay. Relax. How many cups of coffee do you drink a day? I drink, it depends, honestly. But believe it or not, like, I'm Finnish, okay? But I've lived many years in Sweden. I used to be so cooked. I used to go to the sauna in midnight. We love the saunas. We have more saunas than cars in Finland. I used to drink coffee in the sauna. Think about that, in midnight. So it's a lot, maybe 5 to 10 cups. Shahid, I am losing again and losing confidence. My win ratio is about, and my risk reward used to be. Look, with everything, if you go to the gym, you're going to suck at it in the beginning. If you try to do math, you're going to suck at it at the beginning. You're going to suck. That's just how it is. And it's not the last loss you'll have. You have to realize you will blow again and again, right? It's going to happen, especially in prop firms. Like, it's just the name of the game. But with anything, there are growing pains. It will, whatever you lose now, it will pay dividends in the long run. Think about that. Leo is in the chat. Welcome, brother. What else? Magnus, how do you plan trades on gap and go days, similar to today's Globex Open? It's difficult for me to answer on that. What you have to realize is there most likely are going to be, there's going to be a lot of volatility. You can't have a systematic way to look at it. I mean, Midnight Open is a good magnet and it's like down here. So maybe you could, like, after it took out this low, you could be bearish or something, or maybe it took this. It depends on the situation. Have you looked at the data from MyFundedFutures traders? You actually have. If you go to the MyFundedFutures website, it's very transparent. You scroll down, you can actually see what the stats are for passing an evaluation. I think it was 2025, and getting funded and so on. I liked your post on the shoes. Yes, maybe Abhishek can show me or show the chat the post about the shoes. I used to have a lot of holes in my shoes. You know, I used to walk around, but it wasn't so bad. They were kind of comfy. It wasn't embarrassing because they were on the soles, right? So I didn't have, like, the holes weren't visible, so it was fine. But it was a little bit unpleasant during the rain days. So, all right, chat. Time goes by quick. I spoke quickly, but I have to leave even quicker. Okay. But by the way, I will be dropping a form right about now, as soon as we do the transition. So just be prepared for that. And I'll let Leo take over from here. Thank you, chat. It was a pleasure being on.
Alrighty. Get started here in just a second. Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. A little bit of a switch up once again here. I'm doing the Monday segment instead of the Tuesday segment for this week. Shout out Magnus for an amazing session there, and good morning. Welcome, Leo Liquidity. I was waiting for you. Love to hear it. Let's get a big shout out for Magnus there from that last segment. That was an absolutely fantastic segment with lots of necessary information for all of you in terms of passing prop firms, staying reliable with prop firms, and, you know, passing these accounts, so on and so forth. So good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. We'll get started here in just a second. I'll say my hellos to everybody in chat, but let's get some big clapping emojis for Magnus in that last session. That was an amazing segment on his end, and a good transition now into a nice little 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. Eastern segment here. So we do have some things to go forward with today. I actually did take one trade. I took this ES short that's actively on my screen, but I did end up taking a break even on it after being up 28.5 points on ES minis. So a bit unfortunate. We'll get into that in just a second as to how that actually happened. You know, how did we frame this trade? What was the entry signature behind it? And then also what led me to go break even and eventually get stopped out at break even on this trade. So once again, amazing segment by Magnus. What a great morning so far, guys. And so it's going to be a fun little morning here. We'll go through some trades. I'm also going to talk through my process, letting you guys know as to why I'm currently hands off on commodities when it comes to the charts as well. So good morning to everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Saw you first time. Jake, it was a great session from you, Magnus. Magnus did a great job. Super happy. Good morning, Corp. Good morning. We're doing a little roll call, a little chat roll call. But you should do voiceovers on the side or something. I'm not sure. You know, these will be my voiceovers while I'll be face attached to the charts. How about that? But good morning, everybody. Alrighty. So let's get into it. Other than that, though, so once again, Magnus, thank you for that. And thank you for the introduction. But here we are. This was the ES trade that I ended up taking this morning. Did unfortunately take a really sad break even on this after targeting a 2R. I was up, the maximum I was up on this position before getting taken out was 27.25 points before I was taken out break even on this trade. A bit unfortunate, but what was the process behind my entry signature for this trade in specific? Well, it all comes from SMT divergences between correlating assets. First and foremost here, what did we notice on the higher time frame, right? Well, the higher time frame created what we call a new weekly opening gap. If we just look at this hourly time frame, what exactly happened? Well, we formed these two very aggressive new weekly opening gaps with the new market, with the new week open, right? We see that from Friday, from the 4 o'clock on Friday up until the 6 p.m. on Sunday. What exactly happened? Well, we formed a very aggressive sell-off here, ES taking us from the 67.29 down to a 66.92, and then only continuing to pull lower during Asia session. So this bearish leg eventually led us to sweep out some major liquidity levels that I was watching, being the 24,000 barrier, which I know quite a few of us in chat were actually really hoping we'd be able to sweep out, which, well, we actually ended up doing. And so around these levels yesterday was when I did alert that I was looking to go long on these positions. Couldn't actually frame a proper setup for myself. I was kind of doing a mix between a couple other things. But from the 10 o'clock window up until London session, it led to a bullish leg higher where we saw London continue and actually tap into this new weekly opening gap here. Obviously, new weekly opening gaps are lots of unfilled price action. There's lots of unfilled liquidity into these new weekly opening gaps. And so this leads to a lot of unfilled price action, aka sometimes this can act as a period of high resistance. We see the 5 o'clock window traced into the new weekly opening gap, which then led to a bearish signature before we had a major consolidation from the 6 o'clock until 9 o'clock window. And then the New York AM session ended up seeing a sweep into the new weekly opening gap once again, before then looking for a short signature. So using this higher time frame analysis, how was I able to actually frame a short signature? Because I had a couple questions from actually some of you guys, where a lot of you were asking me, you know, what was the reason why you were framing shorts this morning when you said that you were really interested in longs around the 24,000 level? And the reason is because of the resistance, but also the SMT divergence that we formed within this new weekly opening gap. And so when we just break down the smaller time frame now, like the 3 minute in this example, what exactly happened? Well, we see that we had this major accumulation phase. As I mentioned, from the 6 o'clock window, we just had this extremely tight range accumulation, right? There wasn't a lot of very aggressive market movement. We were kind of just ranging, no crazy manipulation, no crazy sweep outs, which just led to what we consider an accumulation phase. And so, as I mentioned, in almost every single one of these MyFunded streams, after we see an accumulation form, what do we typically want to look for? And I'm going to ask this as a question to chat. Save your questions for just a second as well. I'll get to all your questions in chat just after this recap here. But what do we typically look for after an accumulation phase? This is a question for chat. We're going to do this as like a little quiz segment as we do my trade recap. We see an accumulation form, then what do we want to see? An aggressive move. We want to see a manipulation form, right? So after an accumulation phase occurs, we typically want to watch for a manipulation. And after a manipulation occurs, we want to watch for an expansion. And so once a manipulation is present, we can also use this manipulation to help us find SMT divergences between correlating assets. And if we confirm this SMT, aka one asset sweeps at a high and one does not, we have a leading and a lagging asset, we can then frame a distribution to the opposing side. So a bullish manipulation leads to a bearish distribution, and a bearish manipulation leads to a bullish distribution. Right? So here with NASDAQ, what exactly happens? We form this wide range accumulation phase. And then as we see with NASDAQ forms its high and sweeps out the high, forming an SMT. On the other hand, what does ES do? ES forms the same high at that 533, and we'll use the crosshair tool here. We see we form the same high at 533, but instead of sweeping out the high like NASDAQ did, which NASDAQ was the now artificially manipulated asset, what does ES do? ES forms the lower high, showcasing that it was the stronger asset in this pair. And so rather than taking NASDAQ, I now looked to watch for this SMT to get confirmed. As we are on the 3-minute time frame, in order to confirm an SMT divergence, I want to see a closure on the 3-minute. So now let's open up the ES chart and see exactly how this entry signature formed. And we'll use the replay tool very quick here so you guys can see a little bit more as to what happened. Okay, so here on this trade, what exactly happened, and I'll just mark out this just so you guys can see it a little easier. We see that we have this SMT between NASDAQ and ES. And so an SMT is just a hypothesis until we confirm it with what? An SMT is just a hypothesis until we confirm it with a market structure shift, a concept like a change in state of delivery or a breaker block, so on and so forth. Typically for myself, when I'm watching SMT divergences to get confirmed, I confirm them with a change in state of delivery. And so in this trade here, what we see is we see this 3-minute SMT form. Now, for me to confirm an entry signature into this short signature, because once again, NASDAQ has swept into the new weekly opening gap, which showcases the manipulation. And it showcases what type of manipulation? It is a bullish manipulation. And a bullish manipulation means what? Well, if we confirm that the bullish manipulation is a manipulation and not an expansion, and we confirm that SMT with a SIST, we can now assess and assume that market is going to distribute to the bearish side, right? And so all I was looking to see was to see whether or not we would get a closure, which we then saw we got a beautiful 3-minute closure here on ES for these shorts. So rather than entering on this, I waited a little bit for a retracement leg, which is why my entry was around 66.7150. And so my entry was taken on this specific trade. And so we'll now click the next candle here where my entry was taken. Now my stop, instead of putting it at the SMT high, I didn't want a 22-point stop. So instead I used the candle wick of the bearish candle body that led to the confirmation of this SMT. And so with this confirmation, I took my entry and now targeted a 2R. And I'll explain kind of where I went wrong here, but I still think it's important to recap these trades regardless. You all can get a better grasp as to how I actually approach these trades, right? And so once we did confirm this 3-minute, SMT by seeing the closure below the change in state of delivery, we can now confirm a bearish distribution to this side. And now we map out our draws on liquidity. Here we see a pivot in market where we respected this fair value gap here, which led to a nice pivot where see we have this fair value gap. We failed to inverse this fair value. And so this low here becomes kind of like a pivot point in market, aka draw on liquidity, which was the major one I was looking to see, which aligned relatively well with my 2R. And so here we see as market continued to play out, we saw a little bit of a retracement. And in this retracement leg, we actually also confirmed another continuation because we respected this fair value gap and closed once again below this change in state of delivery. This then led to another really aggressive bearish closure where we got within about 4 points of our maximum stop or of our maximum TP. But then as we see, if I play this out, market had other plans. I ended up going break even as we got very close to my TP. And then market had some other plans where ES decided to retrace back and stop me out at break even. So one of the issues I did make was definitely we had some resistance, and we also had this failed inversion, which was this failed fair value gap here. And so I ended up getting stopped out at break even. So the sad reality is I was up about 27.25 points on this trade into a break-even trade. And so honestly, the mistake here is I was very greedy to see that 2R, when in reality, the second I saw market resisting these lows here, should have been a little bit more cautious to make sure that we were holding this fair value gap. And so now if we look at the current market scenario, once again, ES still has not tapped in. Well, we finally tapped into the 445 low I was looking for, but sadly enough, we did end up getting taken out break even after a 27-point trade on ES. So just wanted to be transparent with all of you here, kind of showcasing you my entry signatures and why I took the trade that I did. So an unfortunate break even trade for me, and that was the only trade I have taken today. But all in all, it's the style of trade I would take 100 times over. I was definitely a little greedy to get those 4 more points to see that exact 2R hit, thinking I'd get a really nice trade recap for all of you. And the reality is, well, it bit me back in the butt. We ended up taking a break even on this. So no complaints though. We move on to the next. But anyways, just wanted to break that down with you guys. So typically position size for me on my fundeds, I like to trade micros on the fundeds. So I'll do anywhere between like 5 to 8 micros on funded, sometimes 10 micros if I have like, a higher position or a lower stop, aka smaller stop. If I am trading my personal account, sometimes I'll trade anywhere between 1 to 5, 1 to 7 minis. So it does depend if I'm trading the fundeds or just trading personal capital. But typically for fundeds, like with my MyFunded accounts, I'm trading I'd say about 5 to 8 micros is a good average. So so that's kind of just the recap I wanted to get in with all of you guys for today, just kind of showcasing you a little bit of my process here when it comes to trading. And, definitely was a little greedy for 4 points. So I thought that this would be a good recap to go in with all of you guys, because I know quite a few of us here struggle with wanting to see that exact number, wanting to see that 2R, that 2.5R, that 1R hit exactly. And so the reality is greed did get me a little bit today. I could have definitely closed out with 27 points here and decided I really wanted to see that 445 low, because if we had closed below the 445 low, it was almost guaranteed we were going to make, price was going to pull lower. But that 445 low acted as very strong resistance, which did lead to me getting a break even on this trade. So if we have any questions in chat, don't hesitate to ask these as well. I do see some questions here. Leo, how many trades do you take on average? Typically per day, I take about, I'll give a range. It's about 1 to 3 trades per day. It really does depend on the market. Sometimes I have no trade days, but I'd say on days that I'm actually trading, like there's a presentable market for me to have entry signatures, I'd say about one to 3 trades, but mostly the average for me is about 2, is what I'm looking for. Also, just a heads up for myself personally, I'm pretty hands off on commodities. If we look at the higher time frame chart, even just looking at the daily here on commodities, just not a fan of what I'm seeing. So I'm very much so hands off on commodities, hence why I was looking for more of an indices trade. So that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, if you guys haven't already though, feel free to smash the like. Also, we're already at 60,200 subscribers on the MyFunded channel, which is a bit insane. We're growing fast here. I'm really excited. I really want to see MyFunded hit 100K. I think it's going to be very feasible. Do you scale in and out of your trades? That's a great question, Lava. I actually do not. Most of the time I take one defined entry. I don't typically size down, or I don't really. Once I take an entry, I take an entry. There's no scaling in or scaling out of my trades. Most of the time, sometimes I will take partials, depending on like if I'm shooting for a larger draw on liquidity, like anything above 2R. Sometimes I'll take partials at like 1.5 to 2R. That way, I actually identify and manage my risk accordingly. So if the trade decided to go back to break even or go to my stop, it still would be a completely risk-free trade. So yeah, that's kind of what I like to look for. You guys are great. 100K by end of spring. 100%. I think that's so feasible for us. I still remember when MyFundedTV had less than 10K. I know, it's insane, right? It's quite insane. So yeah, as of right now, once again, yes, continuing. So for myself though, when we look at the higher time frame picture, definitely looking to see price move higher. We have a crazy unfilled new weekly opening gap here, which becomes a major draw on liquidity for myself. So what I'm watching for at the moment is to see this new weekly opening gap get filled out. And so the fact that we have just formed an SMT at the lows with NASDAQ and are now continuing higher gives me some certainty that, you know, New York PM session and end of AM session is going to continue higher here into this draw. So yeah, let's get the stream out there. Yeah, if you guys like the streams, don't hesitate to share them with friends, family, grandma, grandpa, whoever you're feeling, right? Because that's what's going to make us all happy campers. And all the MyFunded hosts as well love when you guys showcase a lot of support. Yeah. Yeah. Very nice. Yeah, the GXT basics from T Trades. I can't lie. He is very, I mean, T is the king of IC. I mean, I know we have ICT, but also T, very good with the concepts here. A lot of these concepts, like these change in state of deliveries, I did actually learn from T Trades myself. So all credit to him for putting me in the position I am today to take trading full time. The IB trade took a loss today. Interesting. I mean, yeah, I think the IB accuracy is around 60 to 64%, is it? So it does depend, but hey, I mean, considering the IB took a loss, it's still very consistent. At Leo, what's one thing you notice that all successful trades have in common, or something that they do? That's a great question, actually. And the simple answer to that is when they align on multiple different time frames. If I have a trade like this setup here, if this setup aligns with the higher time frame, so if the 3-minute aligns with the 30-minute and the 30-minute aligns with the 1 hour and 4 hour structure, most of the time you're way more probable there's a higher probability of getting a winning trade. I can't lie. There's a much higher probability of getting a winning trade if you have aligning timeframes. That's why timeframe alignment is very important. Does the higher timeframe picture align with the smaller timeframe picture? If so, how does it align? Do we have an SMT on the 4 hour, 1 hour, 30-minute, and 3-minute? That's a great alignment, right? We can framework a trade, right? So there's a lot of different ways that we can approach these type of markets. But definitely when it comes to the most successful trades for me, the most successful trades come from when I have them aligning within multiple timeframes. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, like and share the streams. Loving your psychology videos on Insta posts. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been trying to lean the brand more towards trading psychology. So I think it's talked about a lot, but it's talked about a lot with little resolution, right? How do you approach fixing trading psychology? Based on how you learned. Yeah. So yeah, I'm hands off on commodities as of right now. When it comes to indices right now too, I think prices are definitely going to move higher. We are in the 10 o'clock window. So we did form at the 10 o'clock open, we did see a 10 o'clock sweep out, and we're seeing a 10 a.m. reversal signature here. So honestly, a good thing for us to look for could be a continuation signature on 10 o'clock, expecting price to pull higher. Is kind of what I'm watching for right now. So here right now, we're forming some major imbalances. NASDAQ is really pulling into this new weekly opening gap. So ideally, what I would like to see is to see a retracement from NASDAQ or ES in any of these fair values that are forming here. And then once we can confirm this, exactly how I kind of showcase you guys the continuation trade today, if we can confirm it with a change in state of delivery, can definitely help us with a expansion higher here, filling out this new weekly opening gap. So that's what I'll be looking for today primarily. I know I am one break-even trade on the day though, so I'm not going to force anything since it's mostly about protecting my capital, especially Monday setting the range for the week right now. So I really don't have a need or a pressure to really take a trade if I can't. Leo, can you tell how to deal with intraday trailing drawdown? The biggest thing, I mean, to deal with it, if you're concerned about it, it's because you're sizing too heavy in your trades. If you're concerned about intraday trailing drawdown, it's because you're sizing way too heavy in your trades. if you take a winning trade and it increases your trailing drawdown and that becomes an issue for you, all I have to say is you're sizing in too heavy. Typically, drawdown should not be an issue for you. Having a $2,000 drawdown on a 50K account, or a 1,250 drawdown on a 25K, whatever it might be, whatever your drawdown is on your account, most of the time, if you're afraid of drawdown or drawdown is messing you up, it's because you're sizing way too heavy in your trades, right? You should be able to see your trades and your winning trades compound, right? If you have a 60% win rate, you should be able to see that these are consistent winners, and these consistent winners keep the account in a general direction where trailing drawdown doesn't become an issue. That's my honest take to answering that question. So yeah, also once again, guys, just as a little bit of a heads up, but when it comes to MyFunded, we're definitely always on par for looking for guest hosts, future hosts, so on and so forth. So like if you're interested in doing like 15-minute or 30-minute interviews, about your MyFunded prop firm journey, like honestly, please make sure you guys fill out. We do have some forms about that as well. So if you haven't already, feel free to fill out the forms. If you guys have a story you want to tell us about your prop firm journey with MyFunded, we would absolutely love to have you guys apply. And Abhi did just put a link in chat. So if you haven't already, feel free to do that, because it's really cool to hear from a lot of your stories. Quite often I get a lot of messages from you guys in chat asking, about my personal trading journey, what brought me to the position I'm in, so on and so forth. And so honestly, I mean, MyFunded wants to do the same with you guys. We really want to see you guys, and we want to hear about your stories. We want to hear about your prop firm success stories. We also just want to hear about your trading journeys in general. It's really cool to find a lot of relation between you guys and everybody else, right? Because I talk about my personal trading journey and I get tons of messages from all of you saying, oh, that really resonated with me. I actually experienced the same thing, blah, 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 blah. And it's just really fun to see. So Abhi did just put in chat. So we are opening spots for community members to become live streamers and special guests. So don't hesitate to apply. As of right now, once again, if I want to trade during this stream or during this segment, what I want to see is a retracement into a fair value gap. So here we have formed the most relevant fair value. If we can form that and then respect it and have a closure above a change in state of delivery, this will confirm a nice continuation sequence higher during 10 o'clock, especially during this new 15-minute. So honestly, what I think we'll have to wait for is I'll probably wait until the new 15-minute, which will form at 11 o'clock. And at 11 o'clock, that'll give me some good signatures. Leo, you ever worked corporate? LOL. I actually have. Yes, definitely have. For those of you that don't know, I do mechanical and aerospace engineering. As of not currently, I'm trading full time, but I have done a lot of corporate work in regards to the engineering and project management space. So I definitely have my corporate experience. Looks like NASDAQ is making a run for this gap, by the way. If you guys haven't already, though, feel free to smash the like on these streams. If you go for a risk $100 win, $200 trade, get $195 the way there, then even go break even, you just lost $195 of drawdown. You lost $195 of drawdown, but the also thing is you're also $195 closer to passing an account, or $195 closer to a payout. Leo, how are you, my brother? I'm doing great. I had a nice weekend this weekend, just while we look at these markets. So once again, really quick, I'm looking for a retracement. I want to see, right now, we've had a very expansive session since 10 o'clock, especially since the 10:30. So what I want to see right now is I really want to see a retracement occur into an imbalance and validate, aka respect the imbalance before we can frame a continuation. Other than that, if I just entered blindly into longs to fill out the new weekly opening gap, any retracement that market takes could stop me out of the trade. So you have the sizes that you lost. Exactly. Leo, do you meditate, or do you meditate, make sports gym? What do you do to keep your discipline, stress out of trading? Honestly, biggest piece of advice I can give you guys to keep stress out of trading and to also just keep you mentally clear when it comes to markets is to find discipline in other aspects of your life, but also to find balance, right? For myself last week was a bit of a stressful week for me just in general. And so what did I end up doing? Sent myself to Yosemite National Park and ended up hiking, and then ended up doing a little bit of skiing yesterday. But for myself, like, nature tends to be a big one. Here's our retracement leg, by the way, fun fact. But I really think something that helps traders is find discipline in other aspects of your life. If you can't find discipline in daily routines or even going to the gym, you're not going to find discipline in markets. And I don't mean to say that to be disrespectful, but seriously, if you struggle with markets, but you can't remain disciplined in active market scenarios or in other aspects of your life, is what leads to you making irrational decisions. Because if you can't stay disciplined with the gym, you can't stay disciplined with a risk management or an entry model, right? And so those are things that you need to pay attention for as a trader, is finding discipline in other aspects of your life. Also, I mean, for me personally, what works best is escaping in nature, like going on a hike, going backpacking, whatever it might be. I like to just detach from the charts entirely. I spend enough time on the charts every week that, spending time in nature and getting off of electronics and just kind of being in the moment works significantly better for me. But great question, though. It was short-lived corporate. Very funny. This is true. We do have the rapid plan 20% off offer. So here now we see that we've retraced into this fair value. So closure above this SISTI here becomes a validation for a continuation signature higher. So actively, this is what I'm watching for right now. W for Leo, I appreciate it. And congratulations to the winners as well. Looks like commodities are pulling higher here slowly. Nothing super crazy. Oh my gosh, what in the bit of a mess up there on the SMT. But here, if we see this closure on the 3-minute, this could validate a nice continuation sequence. So kind of the framework for me would be, entry at the IC, stop at the protected low here. So I'd have my stop here, and I would target a 1.5R. For these continuations, which is nice because it also aligns well with the new weekly opening gap. So that would be really nice. That's what we're looking for. And yeah, once again, congrats to the winners. Also, one thing that I do like is we actually do have an SMT within this gap fill as well. We have a major SMT. So ES as well here forming this SMT. So if ES gets this closure too, this is going to be a strong validation. I'm actually really interested in looking for longs here now, especially with this SMT divergence. If we get a failed closure of the internal change in state and a failed closure below the SISTI, though, I will not be entering the trade. I need to see a closure above the change in state of delivery for myself, is what I'm looking for. And yeah, once again, congrats to the winners. Shout out MyFunded. All right, so here we see we're rejecting off of this SISTI. So I'm not interested in taking this trade, especially this candle closes in about 29 seconds. So I'm going to wait, let this SMT stay present, and then wait for us to get a confirmed closure above a change in state of delivery. No confirmed closure means no entry for me, just to be transparent with all of you. Congrats to all the winners. Congrats. So we'll see. But here we're seeing failed closure. We rejected off of the change in state of delivery. So that becomes a no trade opportunity for myself at the moment. So yeah, that's what. So here we're once again still tracing into this fair value, and there still is an SMT present. So closure above this SISTI would still validate a very nice continuation signature. So that is what I'm watching for at the moment. So As of right now, I will not be entering a trade until we see a change in state of delivery get validated here. So we'll see how this next 3 minute plays out. But don't hesitate to ask me any questions you guys might have as well, in terms of trading psychology, or even a get to know me question. You guys are more than welcome to. So Ash and I, those of you wondering, Ash and I did switch segments. So Ash will be taking the Tuesday segment for tomorrow, same window, the 10:30 a.m. to 11:30, and I'm taking Ash's segment today. Most of your trades limit or market. Most of the time they are market orders. Market orders are the primary. What do you say about meditation? Meditation I don't typically do. I do journal, but I spend just, my meditation is time in nature, to be honest. 15-minute SMT fill would be nice right now. Yeah, I'm really liking this movement though here on this 1 minute, on this 3 minute closure here, and I'm going to be entering this trade. So once again, framework, SIST, protected low here, target of 1.5R. This would be kind of the framework I'm looking for on this position. Just a heads up. How do you handle with sitting on your hands as part of trading? Realizing that protecting my capital feels a lot better than taking an unnecessary trade that ends up becoming a loser. Having the psychological discipline to remind yourself that taking irrational trades can lead to really bad losses, and that, like, would you rather end the day knowing you made $200 but were like $400 in drawdown at one point, or would you rather end the day knowing you took no trades and protected that capital? You protected the chance of losing money, right? That's kind of the best way I've mentally perceived it. All right, 10 seconds here. I'm looking like I'm going to get in on this trade. Looks like I'm going to go long here. I like NASDAQ here with this new weekly opening gap fill, so I might be grabbing in on this. Both are good though. Alrighty. And I am in there. Perfect. $32 points. Targeting a 1.5R on this position here. Alrighty, so actively, I am now in this position here for these long signatures. I like the closure confirmation. We also just got the 11 o'clock confirmation too. That's the new hourly open. So that's what we're looking for. But I'm now in on these longs, anticipating price to pull higher. Good morning, everybody. So we'll see what happens. Good reaction so far on this retracement. Both would be really good, both NASDAQ and ES. So taking that retracement entry, beautiful move here so far. Protected low, target of 1.5R. Wow. Great move here by NASDAQ and ES. SMT was confirmed as well with this SIST. So not only did we confirm the fair value gap continuation, but we also confirmed the SMT as a true SMT divergence, which is exactly what I just mentioned at the start of my stream segment here. So far, a really good 3 minute here on NASDAQ, right upon that entry. We'll see what happens. I'm sure there's going to be a little bit of bouncing around. That was good movement regardless. So we'll see what happens on this 3 minute closure, but ES here also looking really strong. And in this example too, ES is the stronger asset. It was the non-manipulated asset in this SMT pair. So realistically, ES would have been probably the better one to enter here. But NASDAQ I liked because we were closer to the SIST here. But honestly, can't go wrong with either. ES is the stronger asset in this pair though, so that might have been a little mistake there. But I think we'll still continue higher on both because NQ is getting close to filling the new weekly opening gap. So we'll see how this 3 minute closes. That's what we're watching for, chat. How can you tell which one is manipulated versus non-manipulated? The asset that sweeps out. You see, we created this low. NASDAQ swept out the previous low. ES created this low, then created a higher low. Did not sweep it out. Stronger asset, weaker asset in this pair. The artificially manipulated asset is typically the weaker asset in a pair. And yeah, once again, guys, if you haven't already, like the stream. Like the stream, guys. The support helps a lot with MyFunded. This is a rebound spot from Friday close in today's New York Open, the 50-60% retracement. Yep. Yeah, but the thing is, filling that new weekly opening gap is also really solid. I'm not shooting, for the stars here. I'm just shooting for 1.5. So with this 3-minute closure here, we're getting a strong 3-minute closure. I'm currently up. Yeah, nice. I'm up about 20 points on this NASDAQ trade right now too. So I do like this movement. I'm not shooting for the stars. I can see where you're coming from, Cartoon Futures, but the one thing as well is I'm not shooting for 4R. It's 1.5 within the new weekly opening gap range. And we just confirmed an SMT within a gap fill, which is quite high probability. So it is looking like the 1.5 will probably play out. Won't jinx it, but today I'm receiving my first payout. Congrats, Nick. That's awesome. Congratulations. That's huge. Out of way. Great movement here from NASDAQ. Really liking this. So I'm just going to remove this so I don't confuse any of you guys. I'm not in on ES. I'm just in on NASDAQ here. But so far, so good. I'm really liking this long signature. Confirm the SMT in this gap fill. This be nice. We're up about, I think we're up about 30 points now. Yeah, we're up about 30 points on NASDAQ as of right now. Very nice. Hey, what's up, Pine? Welcome. We got Pine in the chat. I repeat, Leo, go to football, and this Leo, go to MyFundedFutures. I love that. That's awesome. Good morning, Pine. So let's get some hellos to Pine in the chat here. But yeah, really liking this movement here. Great entry on NASDAQ. I can't lie. I'm very happy about this. Confirm the SMT in this gap fill with this fair value. It's looking strong. It is looking strong. Big fan of what I'm seeing. Alrighty. Let's get a strong, if we can get a secondary strong 3-minute closure here, I'll be very happy with this. And what I might do is if we get another strong 3-minute closure, I'm going to just manage my risk and put my stop at the low of this fair value, because if market were to trace all the way back to this fair value, there's a high chance of an invalidation. But up about 30 points on the trade so far was my max on this. But really would like to see this 1.5 play out. Hey, what's up, Pine? Alrighty, we will see. Bit of a retracement leg here, making our way back into the 60. We'll see what happens. But price does look like it wants to continue higher. 15 minutes still looks really bullish here as we make our way into this NWOG. Officially removed the SMT at those highs as well, which is also pretty nice here. We'll see what happens. All right, tracing back into the 60 now. See whether or not that 60 holds. Just to kind of better map this out for you guys as well. There's the 60. Alrighty. Retracing back into the change in state. Made it to about 30 points in profit here on this trade. We're getting this retracement leg. If this 60 can hold, that'll be good confirmation, good retracement before a followed expansion. Smash the like for Leo. I appreciate it, Pine. Yeah, if you guys haven't already, feel free to like this stream. Helps me out a lot. Shows me that you guys enjoyed these segments, especially, you know, we're taking up Ash's segment today. He's taking mine tomorrow. It's really cool to see that 200 likes on the stream. So very happy to see that for this segment. Thank you, everybody. Alrighty. Nice. ES here also retracing into this change in state. I do want to see this new week opening gap get filled. Hourly looks strong here for this expansion as well. Also, what I do like is we formed that major hourly SMT that we just confirmed to from the 10 o'clock. So that caused a C2 manipulation into a C3 expansion. So this looks really promising to go higher. We're holding the SIST nice here as well. So I'm still fully in on this, chat. No scaling out yet. I am in on this. Yeah, this is true. The clocks did move forward by 1 hour. Trust me, I felt it this morning, chat, when I woke up and I was like, oh boy, it's technically, I was like, it's technically 4:30, but it says 5:30 on the clock. Once I get used to it, it'll be fine. But definitely woke up this morning feeling a little tired, feeling a little bit sleepy. I was feeling pretty tired, chat. I can't lie. Alrighty, tracing back into the SIST once again. Really want to see this hold so we continue higher. Honestly, what I might do is when we make our way back up to about 30 points, I might honestly just close out the trade early here. Just because we are approaching closer to the end of New York AM session. So I'm less keen on, I mean, this held well, but I'm honestly just, I'd be content securing a 30, 40 point win here on NQ and just calling it a day. Got quite a few things to get done this week. So honestly, I'm not too pressured, but I do like that the SIST held. So I might actually hold this into 1.5. I'll update you guys. We'll do our proper risk management. Oh, wow. Well, great hold of the SIST here. Up about 37 points now. I'm going to take out a partial here just to be risk-free on this. Okay. Partial's been taken out here on NQ. All right, partial taken out. Nice, nice, nice. So this should be a risk-free trade now. My partial's taken out wider than my stop. So regardless of what happens, I'm going to be up about 4 points on this trade. So if I get stopped out of this trade now, I'll be up about 4 points regardless. So risk-free trade, proper risk management in my book. But I do like this 3-minute move here. So I am expecting markets to continue higher. I do like what I'm seeing. Yeah, once again, guys, I was hands off of commodities. Higher time frame picture is giving me no framework, right? Look at March, like last week, beginning of March in comparison to now, right? Way cleaner movement. Now we're just in a major chop fest. Not interested. Also, looks like we're about to hit max TP here on NQ. Oh, nice. Great movement here. If this tags, it'll be a 48-point trade on NQ. Patience pays, right? We retrace into the SIST. I told you guys that if we hold this SIST, this would be really good probability that we continue into this 1.5 hour. And now we're getting close. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But yeah, if this hits max TP, I'll be very happy about it because then I'll be up about 48 points on the day. And this was a relatively higher size trade for me since it was higher probability. So this will be a good big win for me. All right, about 40 seconds on this 3-minute. We got really close. We got within about a point of my max TP. Yeah, we actually got within a point of my max TP. I'm going to wait. I'll probably take out another partial here. If I just don't want to be too greedy for a tick, you know? So far, so good. I'm liking this movement. NASDAQ, really strong 3-minute there. I can't lie. Bit of a wick rejection. Bit of a wick rejection. Great trade, Leo. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I'm quite happy about this one. It was a high probability expansion. We confirmed an SMT and a gap fill. So we'll see. And, oh, there we go. We're out. Max TP hit. Nice. All right. Well, on to the next now. That was a huge win. Happy Monday, guys. There we go. That was a really, really nice win. That was a super clean expansion. GG's, chat. All right. Well, I'm a happy camper. I'm ending today up about 48 points on quite some good size today. Pine Tree W's. Got some W's in chat. I appreciate it, guys. Alrighty. Well, it's just a rinse and repeat. We can celebrate. I'm happy about that. About a 50-point win there. So I'm happy. Very, very happy here. So now we just continue on to the next. I'm out full, by the way. I'm not in any runner positions, but that was a really, really solid trade. Really solid trade with still 15 minutes left in the segment. I'm a happy camper today, chat. I had the same trade, Leo. Let's go. Yeah. Congrats to those that took these continuations alongside. Nice one. Yeah, that was really solid. I'm quite happy about that. That was a very, very good entry signature. Green FN. Did we all kind of understand the process for that? Yeah, honestly, guys, this is a good opportunity to like the stream. We just smashed a 48-point win on NASDAQ. So if you guys haven't already, smash the like button on the stream. Helps out a ton once again. That was a really good trade. I think we can all agree. That was a really solid trade there on NASDAQ. So if you guys haven't already, like the stream, like the stream or subscribe. I know there's quite a few of you in here that probably aren't subscribed yet either. So if you haven't already, subscribe to the stream. It helps us out a lot. It gives MyFunded the motivation to keep giving you guys accounts and to keep us streamers here and entertaining all of you, right? I think we all want that as well. So if you haven't already, like the stream and subscribe. But I'm happy here. That was a really good trade. We really followed the framework accordingly. We retraced quite a bit into the SIST, which would shake out quite a few people, but we remained consistent. I told you guys this is a setup that regardless of what happens, I would take 100 times over. So very happy about how that played out in general. Very solid trade. There's a 15-minute fair value gap at your stop. How did you gain confidence in placing your stop there? Because this was a protected low. We validated a protected low. Now we're just continuing even higher. It's going to be a 60-point trade now. Yeah, did tag into 60 points. I'm happy though. I'm out 50 points here on some good size. Let me see if you have any questions. Leo, you the man. I appreciate it. The wins have been crazy recently. Yeah, lately, I know. We've been on it. I mean, like, I think Pine on it sometime last week snagged like a 90-point win. Killers. We've got some killers here. Had the same trade. Love to hear it. OG win. Pine in the house. Confidence. What time frame are you using? I was using the 3-minute time frame there. What do we all think though? Do you use volume profile? I do not. I don't trade any volume. The only volume I look at is candlestick volume. That is the only volume I look like is candlestick volume. Just looking at the volume and the size of candlesticks. But very solid trade for myself there. Hey, I think that's a great win to have on the segment here. I'm a happy camper. No complaints on my end here. Nice to do this in front of all of you as well. It's just a good feeling when you know, like, this is a rinse and repeat. I can't even lie, guys. Like, if that's called momentum. Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with you. But yeah, honestly, guys, this is just a rinse and repeat. This is typically, wow, now at our max TP, we're seeing a bit of resistance. Wondering if we filled out. We didn't fill out the new weekly opening gap, did we? Oh, we did. Yeah. Wow. Look at that. And we filled out the new weekly opening gap with that last little move. So if we look at the 3-minute here, that took out the new weekly opening gap. What a trade. What a trade. How many points was that move? Just joined again. Sorry. Yeah, no worries. And I took a 48-point move. Like the stream if you haven't, as Emma's putting in chat right now. Smash the likes. I'm happy about it though. Good win there. It's just a rinse and repeat though. So now we just continue on to the next. So be it, man. That is life. Now we just got to keep after it. Really happy. The SIST held really well too. So I'm quite content with how this trade played out. Just going to quickly do this and take a screenshot of this for sake of education. Fair value gap held, and then we'll get out of the replay tool. Bang. For the sake of education, man, that's what we're doing. Gonna get this trade recap live for all of you. and start. It'd be cool to do some segments with you guys on doing like favorite setups of the week, least favorite setups of the week, so you guys can get more of an idea of my mental process in trading. Something I've been thinking about doing for quite some time, so I might get onto it soon. But yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left in the segment. So if you haven't already, guys, ask some questions in chat. I'm done trading for the day now. I'm completely done trading for the day. No more trades for me. I've locked out the accounts. So regardless of what happens or if there's an A+ setup, I'm very content. I took a big win and I'm out. Why it is a protected low? It's a protected low. We formed an SMT, and so we formed an SMT and within a gap fill this fair value. Protected lows get confirmed by market structure shifts. So a closure above a change in state of delivery validates a protected low. And so here we see we form a fair value, trace into it, form an SMT. We confirm the SMT at the 11 o'clock open or the 11 o'clock close, or 11 o'clock open, but the first 3-minute closure above the SIST, which confirms the SMT and confirms that this was a imbalance that held, which then means that this is your protected low. Let's see if we have any questions in chat. Yes, still has new weekly opening gap. Yes, it does. Smash the like, great stuff. Yeah, that's why it was a protected low. But yeah, don't hesitate to ask me any questions at all. If you guys have anything. You trade full time? I do. That is my full-time job, is trading. I do indeed just trade full time. It's a CIST. It's a change in state of delivery. CISD. So, yeah, so Abhi just put the link in chat for you guys for the guest application and the host. So don't hesitate to join if you have not already. But very, very happy about what we're seeing. How do you deal with the pressure with having consistently make money daily? Honestly, I mean, not every day is a winner, but like I know and I've seen the methods behind my trading and that they've worked consistently, right? I've been profitable for quite some time, so I know that even if I have a red day or a red week, I'm able to stay consistent long term. So there's not really a lot of stress around it, to be honest. Like there used to be when I was first starting off, because it's kind of this missed reality where you're like, holy cow, this is actually a real thing, right? Like I do have to make money consistently off of this. But like this winning trade, I hate to say it, but I can be super excited for you guys, but I'm pretty bland about it. Like I know it's a good win. It's a 48-point win, and I'm happy that the conviction was correct. But to be so honest with you guys, like it's just a rinse and repeat of what I do. Like it's not different. It's the same entry. I take these same trades almost every day. If this setup presents, I take it almost every day. So this isn't really anything new for me. So to be honest, it's pretty repetitive. Do you miss corporate work benefits? Who doesn't? No, I think it's honestly not really. I mean, to an extent, I'm not too sure how to answer that. So once again, I've been trading since January of 2019. So for those of you wondering, and originally was a full-time options trader, and I transitioned into intraday futures and option swinging. Yeah. So yeah, I really want to make this clear to you guys that like that's the common misconception about trading is a lot of you, when you get a win, you get super excited about it, right? Because you're building your process. But this style of trading I've been doing for a very long time now, and so it kind of just becomes very repetitive. There's not a lot of emotion surrounding winning trades or losing trades because it's the type of trading where it's a rinse and repeat, right? So I'm excited that the conviction was correct, but now it's like, all right, I'm locking out the charts. I'll see you guys tomorrow, right? And so for me, that's kind of what led me to be more keen on this. Why not ES? As I mentioned for this trade, both ES and NASDAQ were great opportunities. ES was the stronger asset in this pair. I just like that NASDAQ gave me an entry closer to the SIST here. We see that ES didn't pull back into the SIST, NASDAQ did. Honestly, of this trade, ES would have been the better pair to trade, but I also like that NASDAQ swept out the fair value here and held it. But typically, to be frank with you guys, ES would be the asset that I would trade in this pair. NASDAQ was also just closer to filling out the new weekly opening gap, so I knew there would be less resistance as we approached inside of it. There's a couple different reasons, but honestly, yeah, ES would have been the proper one to trade in this. It's a change in state of delivery. How are you, brother? How's the day going? Day's going great. I'm on a MyFunded segment. We just took a winning trade during my segment as well. So I'm quite happy about it. Leo, you have a time when you start to trade. New York AM open. So I'm typically on the charts about 9 a.m. Eastern, and I trade from 9 a.m. to 11:30. And that's it. If I don't find anything within that window, most of the time I don't trade. Sometimes I'll take an Asia trade, although relatively rare. And then when I'm abroad in Europe, I trade London. Yes, sir. Doing good today. Took a good amount of rest and complete the protein intake today. Life is good. Hey, there we go. I'm happy to hear it. I'm very happy to hear it. You have proper strategies. I would say so. So this trade, by the way, is definitely going to run to about 100 points. Just a heads up. It's going to run. It's going to run to that 3R. He could tell us the bedtimes, right? Maybe he needs to pivot and start a podcast. Could you imagine? Should I do a trading psychology podcast? What do we think about a MyFunded podcast, chat? If I started hosting a podcast. What's going on, everybody? Loudvest here, back with another video. I'm messing with you guys. Any thoughts on gold right now? Mentioned this during the stream. I'm hands off. Not trading commodities. Look at this. This is a wide range accumulation on the higher time frame. I'm not interested. There's just no reason to trade this. There's not a lot of good higher time frame sweeps. We're kind of accumulating right now, so I'm not interested. Wowzo, that 3-minute closed strong, dude. Holy cow. Jeepers nuts. Bedtime stories, please. You guys are so funny. Also, yeah, we do have about 3 minutes left in the segment here as well. So just to let you guys know that we do have a few minutes left in the segment here. So yeah, just kind of what we're watching for today. But yeah, honestly, really great segment. We will have Myth hopping on in about 2 minutes here as well. So make sure you guys stay on and show a bunch of love to Myth. But I have about 2 minutes here to answer any final lasting longing questions here. And once again, Ash will be taking my Tuesday segment tomorrow. So from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30, feel free to pop in and obviously show Ash some love. And for Magnus is not Magnus, my apologies, Myth. Magnus's segment was so good. But Myth will be hopping on here in about 2 minutes. So make sure you guys like the stream, subscribe if you haven't already. But plans for the day, I've got a bunch of some external projects I'm working on. I do still trade options. Got a bunch of external projects I'm working on. So just going to be doing a lot of work, just external work off the charts. S'il vous plaît, vous utilisez le time frame 30 minutes, 3 minutes. I do, yes. I use the 3 minute and 30 minute time frame. That 3 minute 30 and the 1 minute 15 actually tends to be my favorites. I appreciate the shout out, MyFunded. Thank you. But yeah, guys, we got about a minute left here on the segment. But so far, so good, man. I'm a happy camper. Today was a great stream. We hit a really good trade live with all of you today. Talked you through my process. I also talked to you through full transparency about my losing trade, aka my break-even trade from this morning. So, merci. Yeah, de rien, pas de problème. Alors, alright, everybody. Well, we're getting close here, but thank you all again for tuning in. Like the stream, subscribe if you haven't already. We're trying to get MyFundedFutures to 100,000 subscribers. So tell your grandma, tell your dog, tell your cousins, tell your friends that you're trying to get into trading because you've been trying to convince them. And I think these streams are a good way to convince them. But I got to go. I'll see you all soon. Much love to all of you. Thank you for tuning in to this segment, and I will see you all next Tuesday. Ciao, ciao, everybody. Time to introduce Myth.
Charts go insane, you know, legend just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and And methodical man's moves are slick. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stocks freeze and profits obey when these two trade.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today? Do we got the mic on? I don't know. Do we got it on? Yeah, it's on. Let's go. What up, everybody? Let's hit that like button, guys. We got 229 likes. Let's get these likes up. 250, 275, somewhere in there. Let's go. You guys can do it. Yeah, Barbie's still at Tom's for sure. He's still at Tom's. She's still at Tom's. Good morning, everybody. We are in a short here. I kind of shorted half gap. I mean, I don't know. It paid 50-something points, and then I just I didn't cover. I don't know. Maybe in hindsight, we probably should have covered. But, you know, hey, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? So we're still in the short. I'm not going to be unreasonable with it. If we kind of base above previous day close and we don't get a big rejection there, then I'll get out. But that's all right. That's how rumors start. That's what we do. It's what we're good at, getting rumors started. The pre-orb today absolutely banged. It paid 2R. I only took it for 1R, unfortunately, because, I don't know, it was so big, I didn't trust it. So I went 1R, and it ended up hitting the 2R. And then I had a copy trader issue. Not blaming the copy trader. I actually wanted to ratio one account. And so I put the ratio on the one account. And unfortunately, I forgot that when you do that, you have to put the quantity in on every account. And so it only copied across one account, not all of them. So bit of a bummer there. Should have been a big winner across all accounts. But unfortunately, I made a mental mistake and the copier didn't copy. So, but the pre-orb did pay. Let's look at it right quick. You can see the pre-orb here. We opened up inside the range, which is my favorite time. That's the favorite type of pre-orb. 70 points was your 1R. So you can see this breakout here was 81 points before we pulled back right into the new week opening gap there, down there at the 24,500. Obviously, we had a huge move overnight. Just sold down. I don't know. What do we have? Like 150, 160 point gap. And then we sold down 500 or 600 points. Just insanity. Gold was going crazy last night too. So was oil. I don't know if you guys were watching those. I traded gold. We went 7 for 9 on gold last night. I took 2 losses. I mean, you know, it happens with the volatility. There's, you know, I recognize the volatility very early on. And I said that, you know, if you're trading the gold trades, you probably want to take it through the back door. So in other words, you know, let it wick through your entry and then drop your limit order. That worked very well. The one gold loss that I did take, I did not follow my own advice. And the other gold loss actually would not have been a loss. I'll show it to you guys in a few minutes, but it actually would not have been a loss had I had played it correctly. It's 4 o'clock. We got forms in the chat, guys. Get in there and fill those forms out. Enter for your chance to win. So, but what happened was on one of the gold longs that I took, we had a ledge that was 11 points lower. And so I saw that ledge down there and I did not put the order on that ledge. So I took the upper ledge, but when it tagged me in, it wicked down and it would have tagged in the lower ledge at the same time. My average therefore would have been 5 points lower and I would have gotten the 5 points on the other side. However, it didn't quite give me 5 points because it didn't tag me in. And so when it wicked back down again, I did the ad on the second wick and it ended up just stopping me out completely. So just one of those things. What are you going to do? Pine Tree, how you feeling over there? How you feeling over there? Pine Tree had a little procedure this morning. His favorite procedure. I'm assuming he's done. It's 11:30, so I'm assuming he's done. Anybody watching USA versus Mexico? I'm not going. I'm not. He's feeling great. He went and got some food. He filled his belly. He's going to skip the gym today. No gym. So Skeens is pitching today. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I haven't been watching any of the the baseball. Probably is interesting. All right, this is our first touch of the 50 EMA. Also probably going to be, or the 21 EMA here on the 2 minute. Let's see if we can push through there or not. Get below my entry here. I could just take this trade off break even with the idea that I understand that it's going to probably run into that previous day close up there. So taking it off break even is not a horrible idea, but we'll see. We shall see. ES is back to 67.04 here, which is a level of support. I would have liked to have had this pullback like this after we tapped the previous day close. So I could just kill this here. I really could. We are up 280 on the day on this account. So if I kill it here, it's not the end of the world. We'd still be in green. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take one off. I'm actually going to reduce size. I'm going to take 2 off. So I'm going to reduce size here. I think that's the right thing to do. Those ads were in profit, even though, you know, technically we're taking them off for an average loss. I think that's a smart thing to do here. And then what I'll do is we're going to go 373. So 14 points on the first. And then I don't mind where the second target still is. With the idea that we're going to add up at the previous day close. We're going to add at the 650 level. It's done this to me all day, kind of edged my ads and then not get me in and then pull back and then push back above. But this way, we're only in 2. So once we get in at the 660 previous day close level, this is going to bring our average way up. Probably the 10 points would just give us, it would still be below our average. So we'll kind of see what happens here. That is his favorite procedure for sure. That's his, do you know what he got done? Listen, if I weren't friends with him, I talk to him like that. But yeah, I'm in a short extraordinary. You the man, Sinister. So as you guys come in, please hit the like button. Subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Again, if you want to get the best discount on any accounts from MyFundedFutures, let's use code YouTube. And you guys know this is technically a long entry for me. Like a push back above 626 is a long entry all day. So I don't know. Should I close this and just take the long? Feeling like I might. Should. Maybe we should. I'm not a huge fan of doing that, but I don't know. I mean, I've got a lot of profit on this account, so I could close this here and we'd be just fine. But I also think the short could play out as well eventually. We'll just leave the short in. Why not? Play it by ear here. We'll play it by ear. That's what we'll do. So, rapid plan 20% off, guys. Profit split of 90-10 for new and existing customers. Use code YouTube. Daily payouts, no activation fee, 100K max payout cap. Let's go. What's up, Altus Trades? Welcome in. Shark, it can go either way. It's going to go up for now. It's going to go up to 660. I 100% believe that. Yeah, I believe it's going up to 660. Like I said, this would be a long trigger for me above this wick here at 625.75. So theoretically, I could just place a stop there, but because we sized down, we're in 2 micros here. I think it's okay to hold this into a little bit more drawdown here if we have to. No big deal. It looks bumpy and wild. Sometimes that's how we like it. So sometimes that's how we like it. Yeah, last night the market was insane, guys. If you were on the charts last night, oh my goodness, it was so insane. A lot of fun, though. A lot of fun, but insane. If you're on the wrong side of it, you got ripped pretty quickly. So How to put stop for an existing order? Well, you can just right click on the chart and put the stop where you're at, wherever you want it. So like you can right click, put your stop there, buy or sell stop. Or you could click the mouse icon and place it on the chart in Quant Tower. Either way, it's up to you. CL made last week's range in 10 minutes. Yeah, CL went straight to the moon. Straight to the moon last night. I haven't even looked at it today. What has it done today? So it kind of pulled back today, back down to 96 off of that. What was it, 117? What was the high last night? Pushed into the 120 area. Not bad. So a little pullback here. Yeah, I kind of feel like CL might have topped. I don't know. We'll see. A little bit of panic there, but I mean, you know. We'll see what happens. I mean, it did come awfully close to that 130 level. So maybe one more shove up, but at this point, that is a pretty good ways away. If it does it, I guess it'll be maybe tonight. We'll see. Guys, if you're not a member of the MyFundedFutures Discord, there's the link right there in the chat. Drop by Abhishek. Get over there and press the link. So we're going to need to lose the red line on the chart there, which is the 21 EMA. ES is making its way below the 6704. Unfortunately, it does have the 6700 level sitting there. So for us to push down, there's a lot here for us to kind of get through, but let's see if we can do it. We do kind of have a trend line here that we broke to the downside. It's not unreasonable to retest initial balance down there at 528. We'll see. It's not going to be unreasonable. Just got to lose the 21 EMA, and ES is going to have to take a peak below 6,700 to make it happen. So whether or not it has that ability, that's the question. I'm not sure. What up, Devon? How's it going? Again, I think this is going to 660. You're like, oh, why are you in a short if you think it's going to 660? Well, it's already in the position. I know what my exposure is on the trade, so I'm willing to hold it. Already reduced size there on a couple of the ads. Got those out in profit. So we'll see if we can manage this to get out with some profit here. If we can't, we can't. Do the best we can. Magnus looks like he's 25. I don't know how old Magnus is. I've seen Magnus a couple of times. I don't remember I'm looking super young, but maybe I'm misremembering. Maybe I'm misremembering. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've seen Magnus. So I saw him on the thumbnail today, but he had on a beanie. 26 turning 27 later this year. Exactly. 46 turning 47. See what I mean? No, I'm just kidding. 26. All right. That sounds about right. How old am I? A lot older than Magnus. Magnus is my child. Let's just put it that way. He could be my son. He could be my son over there. That wouldn't be so bad, would it? Oh. I got to trade two accounts at the same time on MyFundedFutures. Well, Gamer, depends on what platform you're on. You can use a copy trader for sure. So I'm 46 years old. 46. Magnus Carlsen? No, not him. Karen's looking to be adopted. All right. All right. Oh. Yes, I guess I am the resident unk. Am I the oldest person here? I think I might be. I know I'm older than Tom. I know I'm older than Terry. I know I'm older than Barbie. Maybe Aaron. I don't know. Is Aaron younger than me? I don't know. Maybe he is. I think Aaron might be younger than me. So, oh, SK. Yeah, SK. I forgot about SK. He's definitely older than me. I think. Yeah, SK's got to be older than me, right? Good point. Forgot about SK. There's always someone that's older. Let's go. So I'm not that old, you know. Hey, SK's my pops. He might be. Yeah, could be. All right, guys. Here's the push. There's the long trigger above 27. That's your long trigger. Again, if I wasn't in the short, I'd 100% take the long here. I think it's good to 660, but we're gonna see. Husk is actually older than me too. Yep. Husk is 49, I think. 48 or 49. So, yeah, he's been trading over 40 years, I think. You can call people old when they get to 70, potentially. It's a good point. Maybe. Maybe. SK just turned 39. Yeah, nice. He's, you know what I mean? There used to be these memes that would say, been trading, you know, like in the field that I was in, you know, I was a cable technician. So say, been doing cable for 20 or for 2 years. Haven't aged a bit, and it'll be like an 80-year-old man. Sabo is around 40 years old, 40, 41, I believe. I think. Is that right? I don't even know. I can't remember. I could be mixing him up with somebody. Maybe he is 35. Thought he's around 40, but I don't remember. I can send him a message and ask. We did have somebody last night, guys. They put in a guarantee on my stream. I haven't seen him yet, but his name was Trust Futures. And he put in a guarantee that ES was going to resweep 65.84. And he's going to have a punishment if we don't hit 65.84. He may not ever show back up if ES doesn't sell off 160 points before close. So he's going to have a punishment. So let's see. Putting in kind of a lower high here. Like I said, I mean, I think this is going up, but we're short. Probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but hey, that's the life we like to live. We like to live on the edge sometimes. What's the punishment? Him and Sabo are going to have a little meetup. He's got to go. We got to go to Tom's place. He's got to do something for Tom. You have to go back and watch the stream from last night. Stall him out, Debo. That's right. I mean, the second push into the 21 here could get through there. Maybe we manipulate a little bit before we get to that 660 area. Might wait for the top of the hour. Maybe we do it during lunch. I don't know. I'm okay with it coming on down here and getting me out of this position. I don't have any problem with that. So I have no problem with that. Let's check the likes, guys. Let's see if we're at 250. Why are we struggling with the likes today, guys? We're at 249. The likes, it's free. It's free. So 76% of you guys think oil is going to continue up. Very well could. Did everybody run out and fill their cars up today? I did not. I didn't do it. Maybe we should have. 250 short king. Let's go. Yeah, we need to make it to 300. Why not? Do you guys think that this trade, this short, is going to turn out as a winner, or ultimately this is going to be a loser and I'm going to be crying somewhere in the back? What do you guys think? Why do people never make it back from Tom's place? He locks them in the basement. He locks them in the basement. He doesn't let them leave. Ties them to the chair. Ties them to the boiler. You're up to $7 a gallon in San Francisco, Junior. That's insane. We're at $3.30 this morning. No, we don't cry. We take our L's like a man. We take our lumps like a man. We might punch ourselves in the face later in the day, you know, for taking a stupid trade. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do, guys. Guys, we are kind of creeping up on close to 10,000 subs over there on my YouTube channel. I think I'm at 9335. So we need about 660 more, 665 more. So if you haven't subscribed to my channel, I am live over there as well, multiple times a day. If you want to jump on over there and hit the subscribe button, it's at Methodical Man. Also, if you want to follow me on X, I will follow you back. I've almost caught up with following everybody. Still got a few people I haven't followed. And I mean, if you feel the urge, I guess you can go over there and follow Barbie too. I guess. Just kidding. Of course, follow Barbie too. Surviving Tom. That should be a new series, right? Let's go. A new series. We're going to do a bunch of giveaways over there on my stream once we hit the 10K subscribers. So, yeah, and I can't help you with that one. If you don't know, you don't know. Send Tom a DM. He's my he's the fulfillment center for that site. He helps me out with all that. So, gas in Europe has been pretty crazy. You feel bad about complaining to your mom about gas prices in America. What's gas in Europe, Sharka? How much is it over there? I'm not sure. In Georgia, it was about $2.35 a gallon last week. And then this morning is $3.30, which I know based on, you know, like how it is across the country, that's still relatively cheap. So Moises, you stopped trading 940 to 941. Oh, you're talking about your thing. Okay, I have no idea. 2.2 for 1 liter in Denmark. So that's 246. That's like $8.80 a gallon. Is that right? 2.2 USD for a liter, 4 liters in a gallon. Is that not right? That's what I was thinking. It's like right around 4 liters. Somewhere in there. Looks like we might get tagged in here on our ad. I have one ad sitting at 650. I mean, to be honest, I don't really even need that ad in there because I know we're going to hit 660. Let's take the 650 ad off there. We're going to add at 660. California is always high gas in a gas price crisis. Yeah. It always matches tequila. Oh. You haven't seen $3 since early 2000s in San Francisco? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, we've had reasonable gas prices over the last couple of years over here in Georgia. It's not been too bad. I think the cheapest prices in America are probably in South Carolina, which is my neighboring state. It's about an hour from here, South Carolina. So I don't know. Texas has been decent. Yeah. Oh, did we get tagged in here on the ad? Let's pay attention. I'm certain that we do. Tag us in. We'll see where our average is at once it tags us in. Should bring us up quite a bit. I mean, I don't know where, but it should bring us up. We're looking for this to be kind of the high here. ES does have a little bit of a ways to go to hit. It's got quite a ways to go to hit the previous day close over there. About to be an hour since you're in this long. Yeah, the long's just kind of been grindy. I could have taken the long, but, you know. I'm in the short. What do you want me to do? Guys, we did break through a major level this morning. We're at 259.8 on the weight. 259.8. So we were stuck at 260 there for about a week and a half. 43 cents a liter, says Anubis. Man, that's cheap. That's cheap. Where are you at, Anubis? Just curious. Come on. How's it not tag me in there? That's rude. I want to be tagged in. Why not? Rapio. Guys, if you want to enter the giveaway on the X side, remember to share and repost the stream on X. Tag MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV in your post. One share a day gets you entered into all 4 giveaways throughout the day. They are shared on X and here on the live streams as well. Yawn. So he digs the gas up himself. Nah, he's in Southeast Asia. All right. Anubis, are you driving one of those scooters? Is that what you're rocking? One of the scooters? Imagine you're on a scooter and it's like 43 cents a liter. That'd be nice. That cost me about $1.50 to fill up. Max is getting a little feisty going here, but here's the thing: like, I hate it when it does this. It's been doing this all day. Get me right close to my ad and then pulls back. Like, I want to push into my ad and then pull back. Come on, let's get it. We got the top of the hour here in about 3 minutes. Guys, hang out now. Don't leave the stream, because if you leave the stream and then the winners are dropped, guess what? You don't get nothing. You don't win at that point. You don't win. Yeah, Abhishek, I just did some crooked math, and I was like, all right, 4 gallons. Close enough. Do a little crooked math. You know, that's what we do. Just roundabout. You know what I mean? Roundabout. So let's see if it can tag me in. $9.70 in Germany. Wow. That is insane. That is insane. That's fine, Larry. We don't mind. Guys, let's see here. Might do the winner soon. Let's pay attention. Let's freaking go, says Izzy Lizzy. It's probably going to tag me in right at the top of the hour here. It's just kind of, it's just blowing on people's take profits if you're looking to TP up there at the 670 or 660. I'm sorry. We need a dump if we get the pushing the 660. All right, guys, the winners are probably about to be announced. Let's get ready. Oh man, this is so annoying. This is very annoying. I mean, ES is tapping a key level there at 67.15 as well. So look at that thing. Pull back at the top of the hour. Shumzi, Renzitis, helpful. Runner. Smart props. Are you guys here? Make yourself known. You got to be present right now, or you're going to forfeit. Is everyone here? Koa's on a cold streak. That's all right. You'll heat up sooner or later. No worries. I mean, look at all this generated liquidity to the downside that we do have. If we can just, if we can just kind of get through here. I would like us to run the 660, get me tagged into my full position, and then break through on the trend line here, potentially. Is everybody here? Hopefully everybody's in the chat. Why not? All right, there's top of the hour. Wow, this thing did not tag me in up there. That is insane. What was the high there? 58.50, 2 points off tagging me in. It's kind of rude. I don't know how the market does that to me all the time. I don't really want it to trap here. I want it to move quickly, but the problem is, I mean, it could just come right back to my entry and bounce again. It could come right back to the entry and bounce again. I don't want to just add here when I know it's going to go to the 660. So I'm going to wait for the actual tag in there. Maybe this will be setting up for a lunchtime reversal. We'll see. Reroll times 3. That's insane. 3 of you guys are not here. Guys, we only got 261 likes. That's it. Come on now. Let's hit the likes. Let's push it up. That is insane. 3 people are not here. You just filled the form out like 15 minutes ago. How are you not here? I don't understand it. It's crazy. All right, good luck everybody else. Let's get ready. I'm going to see whose name am I going to call out first? Let me see. Ray C04, Mantas 1899, Lucky Trades 8. Are you here? I will repeat this. Ray C04, Mantas 1899, Lucky Trades 8. I see Ray. I see Mantas. Where is Lucky Trades? There's Lucky Trades. All 3 are here. Let's go right away. Lucky Aces, your heart dropped. That's close. It's close. It was almost you. But you know what they say? Almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. That's all it does. I feel like I've missed out on 3 or 4 scalp opportunities because I'm in this short. So. Gimmick infringement. Maybe you'll get it. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Guys, remember we got 20% off the rapid plan. Use code YouTube. Let's go. Let go. I'm just waiting to get tagged in up here. And there we go. Bouncing off the trend line again and the 9 EMA. Do we get tagged in here? Now we're really going to have a pretty tight stop on this. So tagged in here. I'm going to move this down to like 45, 44. So tagged in on the ad. No. It would just rip right up after tagging me in, right? I mean, what would be any, what do we expect? I'm going to hold the other 2 for a larger profit, potentially. Come on, push it back through 50 here. Stopped out there, unfortunately. But I'm still in. See if we can still get these other ones, get the push down. It did give the 10 points. Unfortunately, I only caught like 2 points on that ad. 2 points, that's it. Did we go back in here? I do think if we can get back, that push back through the 50 here, potentially could continue lower. I'm going to try it for a quick 5 points. Quick 5 points here needed. It's just holding up there. Not really getting the reaction here that we want, so I think I'm going to be stopped out on this trade. Should be 360. Yeah, might be stopped out here. Let's see. And I want to hold below that entry one more time here. Got the stop in here. If it bounces one more time, we're just going to be out. Let's I'm paying attention here, watching it pretty intently here. Let's see. Out of the one there. Got to get out of these others too. All right, out of those. Back down just to the 2. I need to adjust that stop. Now I'm going to put the stop at the high. I still think this could be the spot where we turn back down. We'll see. I don't know. It's not really giving a bearish reaction off of it, though. I mean, it did give the 10 points. It gave the 10 points right away, which is ultimately what we were looking for. We just didn't manage it that well. So we're up 155 right now. So even if we get stopped out on this, we'll still be green on the day. So we can just start looking for other opportunities instead of continuing to play with the short here. Instead of just playing around with the short. I mean, normally we get a pretty bearish reaction off this level, or at least sometimes, but it's not really doing it today. We got a poll here, guys. We got a poll here. Hit that poll in the chat. Man, I don't know if I want to continue to hold this. Like I said, I'm considering maybe continue to add into it, but I don't think it's smart. I don't think it's smart at this point. That's a good reaction there, though. I'm going to try to be patient with this trade if I can. I've already been pretty patient with it, but might scalp it down. It's kind of a tricky area, though. It could just continue up. What do you guys think? You think we got more upside here? ES did not hit the previous day close. It is in the new week opening gap, but it did not hit the previous day close. It's up there at like the 67.40 area. And currently sitting at 67.16. So we'll see if we want to hold this high here. I might be aggressive here. A little more aggressive than normal. I'm going to add a couple of more back here. Go for a little scalp here. And I think See if we can get a little push lower here. Take me out of the first few here, and then we'll see if we can get this runner rocking. A couple of runners, if we can get a push lower. Took me out of 2 there, I think. 1 or 2. There we go. All right. See if we can get tagged out on this ad here. I'm going to take that one off there. Still in the runners here. Stop's now going to be at 70. That's where it might normally be anyway. I want to take the 629 level, and then we'll be down to 1, and we'll just hold on to kind of a little lottery winner here if we can. Let's see. There we go. Breaking structure now to the downside. Let's see this candle close down here nice and heavy. That's a really good sign. It's a really good sign there. Just wasn't patient enough up there. Really wasn't patient enough. We're kind of tapping into a small 5-minute order block here. See if we can push through it. Get down below like 640 here. It should push down pretty quickly. Should push down quickly. Nope. Rip right back up. All right, stops back to the high. We're just in 2, so a little bear trap, potentially. All right, Lost Morty, enjoy the gym. Enjoy the gym. I don't like how this thing kind of broke and now it's trying to bounce, but can we re-add again here? Is that playing with fire? What do you guys think? Is that playing with fire? On a 660 re-add? Maybe. Does kind of look like it wants to squeeze here. Have an inside bar on the 5-minute chart, but it did break to the downside, but it didn't really have any continuation in it. I'm seeing if the ES was going to break the high or not. It didn't quite get there. Don't play with fire. Yeah, Raminga, that's not really that surprising. Like, I mean, we talked about it last night. I was like, I think we might open back up today at the 24,500 level, and we were right there at it when I woke up this morning. It's like we'd ran so much sell side down there, like eventually it's going to squeeze right back up, right? It's just kind of how it does. That's just what she does. Again, the ES still has room up, guys. Still has room all the way to the 6740 level. Still got a lot of room up. If you play with fire, you'll wet the bed. Maybe. What's that, Max? Long or short? Max got a little grumble going there. Yeah, I don't like the look of that candle for the shorts, to be honest. We need to bearish engulf this. That would be nice. If we can close kind of, if we can close below here, that'd be a really good sign for the shorts here. That would be one of my favorite setups, potentially. The WeWalk on fire resistance. Targarin. I don't know what that is. Is that a I don't know. What is that? I don't know what that is. All right, I'm tempted to add here back below this kind of 55 area, but I feel like I've added a little. I've played with this level a little bit too much as it is. It might be an obvious spot that we should have shorted. We should have stayed short. Like later on, you'd be like, "Oh, that was such an obvious spot, right?" But not so much while you're right here sitting in front of it. I mean, ES is holding the 67.15 here. If it can just lose it, it's kind of trapped below the 67.15 a couple of times. It's got to lose it. Oh, Game of Thrones, yeah. I didn't watch Game of Thrones, so I don't know. Maybe I should watch it. Shorts look better than the longs. I agree. Lavalin right now. I made the poison for Joffrey. I have no idea. Maybe it was me. Maybe I was there. I don't know. It does seems like here's the thing. It could continue to push up. ES still has room up. Still has room higher. But previous day close a lot of times ends up being the higher the low of day, at least short term. We haven't gotten a big reaction off that 60 level yet. The biggest push down we've had so far off the 60 level, I guess, is 30. So I guess 30 points. Usually you might get like 80 to 100 points off this level. If we can get that. You're looking at the 15 seconds. I mean, it's certainly holding this level pretty strong. But the longer that it kind of just hangs out here, you know, the more it feels like it's going to squeeze. Get a little ad here. A little ad. Zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. Got me out a couple there. I don't know. I think when it goes, it's really going to go, but just not going yet. It's just not going, guys. It's not doing it. It's trying to wreck me. Spread these orders out a little bit. I've been in this trade basically over an hour. I was in this trade like 30 minutes before I ended my stream. Same trade. So All right, back down to 2 here. That's the reaction we're looking for. That's the reaction. Right through that 21 EMA. Let's just rip it. Let's just rip it lower here. I'm going to reduce down to 1 here, down to just a runner. I'm going to leave the stop at the high. And I got the runner down at the end, all the way down here. 547, that's what we're looking for. Let's see if we can continue to push lower. Get a clean close below 645 here. This is going to be a really nice push lower. Might bounce in the 580, 590 area. But we need this candle to close heavy. Up $290 now. So back to got our profits back that we kind of gave back some on this trade. A little bit. Trends don't trade, they surrender. So that's a good close there. I could theoretically snug my stop up to 671 here if I wanted to. I don't think it's necessary. We need a Diddy candle. Yeah, we do. What is that? That's a red one? Oh, there we go. Now we could theoretically take profit at 605. I mean, that would be a good area. That's kind of the next little bridge down on the 5-minute. And also you got the 50 EMA sitting there as well. 50 EMA has not been touched yet today. So like 605 would be a safe area to TP here. We might do that because the truth is this trend line liquidity is not that clean. It actually, I mean, you could make an argument that it ends right here at 595. You could make an argument for that. Guys, if you are interested in being a guest or a host, there is an application right there posted in the chat. So fill it out. Wow, look at that. Just trapped the shorts. All right. I see you, market. Now I'm not going to add. Now we're going to be out. If it breaks the high, that is. ES broke the high there. Look at that thing. That was a rip your face off candle. And stopped out. All right, that's all right. Still at 254. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. We'll take it. Listen, considering we fought the trend on that trade, you know, being able to come out with your life at this point is probably a win, you know? Because you got to remember, I mean, I started shorting. My first entry on that short was the 80s. Somewhere down here in the 580s. So I added where it made sense. I think I kind of scaled in and scaled out where it kind of made sense to me. And did we make a ton of money on the trade? No, but it's fine. It's fine. So it was an awful long trade to make no money, but you know, we got out with our lives. It's okay. I probably should have listened to myself and just covered on this pushback down here. It was almost back to our average. We could have longed into the 60 and then we would have been able to short at the 60 and probably would have made more money doing it that way. That's all right. You win some, you lose some, but you live. Guys, as you come in, please hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Again, keep in mind, ES has still got up until the 67.40 level to kind of fill the gap, to close out the entire gap there. And Very important level there for the ES is 67.16. We just had a nice big boner candle above that level. That kind of leads me to believe as long as we hold above 67.15, we just continue to push higher here. It's really what I think. So keep that in mind. Let's see here. Where's this one at? 1011. So yeah, it looks like it's just going to squeeze here, most likely. Look at that thing go. So timely exit there before the squeeze came. I don't really know where NASDAQ can go. I mean, we got the PM high from the other night at 899. The 5-minute chart kind of looks like we're in a couple of bearish gaps. You might get a little resistance around that 750 area. But yeah, 854. Potentially relative equal highs. Are those actually equal? Those might actually even be equal here on the NASDAQ, on the NQ. Let me see. They're relative equal up there at 853. So that's still 100 points to the north. But again, ES pushing to the 640, 6740 makes a lot of sense now. That big candle kind of changed my mind. Let's go. Shark's going to try to run it to 6740. Good luck. A little Arby's trade. This thing's just going, guys. I'm glad I got out there. I'm glad I was able to kind of get out of that position with my life, if you will. Today's PA is not clear. Normally Mondays I'm in the red, so I'd rather not touch it. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, if you don't feel comfortable trading on a certain day, I don't think there's anything wrong with sort of sitting that day out. Nothing wrong with that at all. No, just get it done. NQ just filled the gap completely by getting to the previous day close and flipping green. However, ES, I don't have the exact number marked out, but I can tell you what it is. ES's previous day close, it says 67.43, but I don't think that's right. Let me see. ES's close is 67.40. That must be the settlement amount, but that's why I like to mark it out manually. So 67.40 there on the ES. I knew it was up near that area. So, and we're currently at 67.33. So we got about 7 more points on the next push back up here. We'll see. Yeah, well, sometimes one hits, sometimes the other doesn't. Now, I don't like using SMTs at the gap fills or at like data wicks or data highs. I think that most of the time both like to fill both, you know, together. They both like to fill them at the same time there. Or you don't usually leave one and take the other, typically. But we'll see. You could maybe be in buy dips modes now. Maybe 660 level could be a buy, a purchase. And as long as ES kind of holds above 67.16, I think you're safe. If it loses the 16, then you're probably in trouble. So it's wow. I did good today. We're green on every account. We had one account that we finished red on last night, but we're green everywhere in terms of funded accounts and evals today during the New York session. So we are green, green, green. It's been a tough day, though. Very tough day. Very tough day. Guys, we got Matt coming up next here. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button, subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. We'll be back tomorrow with Bull Barbie at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. So join us for that. Appreciate everybody on the back end. Thank you very much for all that you do. And we'll see you guys next time. Here comes Matt.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the Welcome, rocket school. Burning trails where your
Oh, I forget to do it again, guys. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Let me share my screen. What's up, chat? Get some rocks in chat, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Whoops. Boom. All right. What's up, y'all? Welcome to the show, Lunch with Matt. I'm your host. Matt, that's me. What's up, guys? Sunglasses on. We ready to fight. Let's go. All right. How y'all doing? Hello, hello, hello. All right. I love the warm welcome, every single day. You guys are so kind and so nice to me. I love y'all to death. Okay. God, stop. Y'all are making me blush. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. 400K away from the million mark. Oh, that's right, Bella. $611,000 top right of the screen. You can see that right here. I'm up 74,000 today. Pretty straightforward day. I hit all my trades. Pretty much no losers. For the most part, straightforward. What's going on? What's going on? We got a lot to talk about today, by the way. I hope you guys like being here on the stream. By the way, don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to sub to the channel. And don't forget the $77 for a 25K flex plan for existing account users over here at MyFundedFutures. While you're all right, let me put on my chat. I'm like squinting here trying to read chat. All right. Oh, no, it's better. Let's go. How am I today? Pretty good today. I woke up this morning, went downstairs. I woke up at the normal time because my alarm was going off. I went downstairs. I'm starting to like, fumble. I got myself like a protein bar for like a snack to get up ready to stream. And I'm like, man, it's dark and it's quiet. For some reason, it was unusually dark and unusually quiet. And then it dawned on me that it's already spring. And apparently today was daylight savings time. And I didn't know it till like an hour or two into the stream when somebody said, is the schedule different because of daylight savings time? And I was like, oh, that's how absent-minded I've been probably for the last couple of weeks. I'm like, oh, it is kind of like spring already, huh? Did we spring ahead? Yes, we did. It didn't even register to me. I'm still thinking like, it still feels like it's January. I don't know. But anyways, that happened. So now I woke up this morning and market's all over the place and crazy. Let me tell you what I did last night. I made a tweet about my trade last night. Right when we gapped down below MHP, it was super simple. We gapped down, we popped a little bit, and I started firing shorts right out the door. I got a quick from about this like 450-ish level. I got a quick 100 and something points and closed out. I made like 20 something, I think 24,000 in the challenge account. I made another like 10 or something thousand in other accounts. And then I closed out, did nothing, watched our nighttime streamer at Rocket Scooter stream. And then I just chilled out, cooked dinner, and then waited. Now I woke up this morning and it was a whole different setup. I made a couple of trades out the door. I shorted from here to here. I shorted from here to here, and that's it. And I did nothing else until here, and I shorted from here to here. Now the market's been pushing up longer, and now that the indicators are all showing kind of like bullish confluence, I've kind of reformulated my plan. Oh, by the way, they got the form coming in, guys. Get that form signed. You wanted that giveaway account. Click that form there. If you're just now trying to follow what I'm doing, I'm doing a 100K to $1 million challenge in a real futures account. So this isn't even a prop account. Top right of the screen, account number 1570120. This is a real Ninja Trader Trade Evade account with $611,387 in it currently right now. P&L is on the screen. Trades are on the screen. I do all the trading on the screen. You guys can watch it. So this challenge account, the goal is to get to 1 million. Then when I get to 1 million, I'm going to cut it in half to 500,000 and then try to grow that to 10 just the remainder of the year to see if I can do it. And then take the 500,000 out of that. And just for safety purposes, I always try to double the account and take out half. And this time I'm going to 10x and take out half. So just to lock some of it in. And then that's it. Not all the trading is done on the stream. Well, I'm going to stream 24/7. Kidding me? I like you guys, but I don't like you guys that much. Oh my God. I mean, I like you. I'm not in like with you. You know what I'm saying? I can't stream all day. I got to have a life. I've got an eye doctor downstairs that needs me to cook for her. And I had a kiddo. He needs me to hang out with him. I can't be there. I can be here all day, you guys. I'd love to. But yeah, I'm not just going to only just trade between hours of 8 and noon. I mean, they're going to opportunities all night long. I take them too. When I started, seems like getting there early than we thought. I started in December, maybe late November, early December, somewhere in there. And December was sort of like really rocky to the to the account growth, because December was just nuts. You guys remember December was like, it was just choppy all over the place. So I basically spun my wheels a little bit. I had to refund the account a couple times. Not fully, but like I put in like 70K one time and I put in like 30 or 40K another time. But then that's it. Now I build a buffer, things are fine, but somebody's like, but Matt, I need you to tell me to do it all day. Yeah, I mean, come on guys, I can't be here all day long. I gotta do some stuff to like have a life. Not fair. I know somebody in chat told me one time, you're trading off stream. That's not fair. They literally said that to me, and I was like, not fair for who? What are you talking about? It's just not fair. And I'm like, what do you mean? Well, it's not fair because we can't see it. Or I'm like, who is the fairness police? I was like, what the heck? People are silly sometimes, but I commit to as much transparency as I can. But even overnight, nothing's hidden. Even if I have to make the trade off screen, there's no way I can hide it from you, because when I show up, there's going to be the P&L will be here and the balance will be there, the same account. So if there's a loss, they'll show up with it. So it's not like there's any shadiness going on, like the losses are hidden or something. If I lose 100K overnight, I'm going to show up at the 100K. I'm not going to magically get the flu and be like, I can't stream today, guys. I'm sick. I'll be here. I've shown up with 50K in the hole some days. Last week I had a day like that. I showed up and worked my way a little bit out of it. But yeah, don't worry, you guys. There's continuity here. No way there's going to be anything hidden from y'all. You just can't copy every trade I'm trying to do. That's what you're really saying with that. But anyways, jokes aside, I'll be here as much as I can for you guys. It's not fair. You can just load. Oh, that's what it was. It was not fair. You can just load 70K back into the account. That's what it was. Yeah. So my rules are pretty simple. Like I set rules and I follow them for the challenge. It's take 100K to $1 million. If I fall below 100K, then I can pad it back up to 100 because it takes so long to dig out. I just wanted to 10x from an arbitrary spot. It's kind of like you have a prop account, you blow it up, you reset it. It's like the same thing. So if I go from like 100 to 50, I could put 50K back in and go back to 100. Then I build a buffer. Then I just trade off of the buffer, right? It's really hard to get the account moving in December. It was just a choppy, crazy, time. And yeah, I remember on stream, and I did it on stream too, because I'd be transparent. It's not like I just magically put money in to build the balance. It's the balance is what it is because of the trading. So when I put money in, I did it on camera. I was like, well, guys, I'm going to put 70. I went from like 100 and something down to like 50, like maybe 120 to 50 or something like that. And I'm like, or to 30. Actually, I went to 30. I put 70K to take it back to 100. And somebody was like, you can't do that. That's not fair. And again, I was like, huh? You can't put money back in the account. That's not fair. And I'm like, fair to who? I don't understand the fairness here. There's a fairness act that a trader can't reset an account, can't put money in their own trading account. It blew my mind, the things people say sometimes. But I love you guys. I love you all dearly. I really do. Even the freaks. I love you like family. So whatever the case may be, the challenge did allow that. So technically by the rules of the challenge, it was fair. But I don't know, the not fair part is, hey, I don't have 70K to wire into account. I need to watch you dig your way out of it so I can learn from you or whatever. I don't know. But I still love you guys, even the freaks. I also am a freak. So, we're good company here. Every family has the crazy one at Thanksgiving. Yeah, the one that just like makes all the interesting things happen. That's right. Okay. So anywho, hold on. Hey, whoever that was, they're just being, don't, let me unhide the user. Don't hide that person. That's one of my members. They're just making a joke, Abby. You almost got removed from chat with your joke ascendancy. I put you back on. He's just joking. But yeah, the joke, don't make jokes like that, I guess. They're watching. He's not really copying me, guys. He's just memeing. So don't meme so hard, bro. You're gonna get your ass banned. Don't worry. Abby just lightly tapped you on the back of the wrist. It was a light warning. But yes, my guys are way too sarcastic, but we can't say we're copying Matt. That's actually a no-no. So you can't say that. So technically speaking, no meme. They're making fun of the people who we're making fun of. That's the inside joke that it's kind of like you have to be so inside. It's like watching that show Arrested Development. You don't get any of the jokes unless you've seen all the other episodes. So I get it. Anyways, so the challenge account, the goal is to normally when I trade my real account, I'll try to double the size of the account and take half of it out and just keep building that way. And then that's the way that I do it. And so this goal, somebody like egged me on. I don't know, somebody on Twitter was like, when I won Pat Whelan's tournament, I got first place in the tournament. Everyone had something to say. Oh, that guy's horrible. That guy's terrible. It's always like that. When you win something, everyone says you're the worst or something. I don't know. But somebody was like, yeah, he's horrible, blah, blah, blah. I could whip his ass in trading. I was like, okay, let's go. And we had this, like, some rando guru guy was like, I can totally trade better than you. And I was like, okay, you want to put 100K on the line, 50K on the line, whatever. He was like, how about 100? I was like, okay, let's make it 100. Let's make it $1 million. I don't care. Whatever you want to do, let's go. And so I had 100K in an account. Guy dodged it in the most embarrassing fashion. And then now I had 100K sitting there in an account. My lawyer drafted up a contract because he was like, we're not doing it without a contract, so I don't trust you. So my lawyer reached out to his. They ghosted us. So I was like, okay, I had 100K sitting here. Someone in chat was like, why don't you take it to $1 million? That'll be fun. And I was like, oh, I can do that. Before that, I was like, let me use this 100K account to do my random ChatGPT challenge. You guys remember I did that? Just to prove that risk management is all you need to not lose money in an account. ChatGPT rolled the dice and picked a random time for me every morning. And I had to long the market at exactly that time, no matter what. And I had to figure out a way to work my way out of it if I was wrong. And I did that for a while, wasn't losing any money. And people are getting confused by the state of the challenge. This was like this thing I was trying to do for my boot camp, which is to prove that risk management trumps a trading strategy by any means, like by all means. And there's nothing you can do better than having better risk management. ChatGPT says trade at 9:52. It's a 15-minute window, 9:52 to 10:07. You have to long in that time. So when that happened, I had to take a long, and I had to hold at least for 40 points in NASDAQ, make or break. I couldn't close it early, no matter what. With some other rules. And I just basically did that for a couple of weeks, and I didn't lose any money. I was down maybe like 3 or 4K at the end of it. They call it the blind monkey was the name of the stream. Yeah, this is kind of the thing I teach in my boot camp, which is that a blind monkey can make money in the stock market just by not losing money in the stock market by having good risk management. And the markets always go up. The blind monkey can just have good risk management and long the market all day long and just make money over time by just controlling their losses because you're just following the wave of market going up. So I was trying to prove that concept. And in November, December, that's when the market was sort of like, so I didn't make money, but I didn't lose money, just like I predicted I wouldn't. And people were confused by it. So I was like, all right, I'm going to do something else. And then that's when somebody was like, you should take it to $1 million. And I was like, yeah, bro, we want to see you make $1 million on stream. And I was like, I want to see that. And everybody's like, yeah, go to $1 million. And then so we whipped up some rules really quick. I'm like, okay, we'll take it to $1 million, but I'll still do the account, partitioning strategy. Instead of double in half, I'll 10x in half. So I'll go to $1 million, take out 5, and then keep going. I can pad it from under 100 because I don't want to sit there and dig out from 30K back to 100. Takes forever. And then once I'm beyond 100, there's no plan to add to it and just trade off the buffer that I have. And then that's where we are right now. So, so with that being said, using AIs to build your own PyScript Python language use. Are you talking about somebody else in chat? Okay. So now I'm basically just still trading this account to try to get to that final target. And then that's pretty cool. And somebody egged me on and was like, you should try to beat Larry Williams. I don't know if I can this year. And I had to take it to 11 million. Yeah, that's what somebody said. But the year is only a quarter of the way over and the market's not going anywhere. So it's going to be a little hard to make up for lost ground. But maybe I could try the 11,000% challenge. My goal was to do it with $1,000 account. Much easier. Yeah. So anyways, that's where I am with this challenge. And then of course, these are some prop accounts that I'm trading. I've been working my way to going live in every major prop firm. I've gone live with 3 prop firms already, one including MyFundedFutures. And the next step is to just go live with every prop firm, just to do it. They're all different. They're all challenging. That way I kind of have some insight into the industry and how, all different account difficulties and stuff. But truly, from my experience, I'll tell you, MyFundedFutures is probably, at least in most of you guys' eyes, the best prop firm out there. Statistically, their accounts are they're not so hard to pass compared to other prop firms because there's not consistency and DLL on funded side. I mean, that's really where the other prop firms out there, kind of make you lose more with all those crazy rules. What I liked about MyFunded more than anything was the ease of the funded side. Once you get over the 2-day pass on eval, you're scot-free to just trade your own strategy to max drawdown. It's a lot easier on the funded side. Whereas a lot of prop firms out there throwing one of those 2 rules out there. Payout caps plus DLL plus consistency. How are you supposed to thrive in that environment? I don't know. But that's why I really enjoyed MyFundedFutures. The whole process was much simpler than I would say the most of the prop firms out there. So with my experience of going live with most of the major props, I'll tell you, they rank as my favorite. So I like to say in every major category I can give to a prop firm, they're in the top 3 of every category I can think of cost, value, return on investment, simplicity. And they're first in a couple of categories. But overall, I would say they probably rank the highest. On our prop scoring website, they're at the top. So my ES just switched to support. Yeah, because we have hedge pressure resilience just went positive. Now, I drew this on the screen earlier, which is the final trade I wanted to take, which was tapping the pocket and then filling up and shorting from there. That is the final trade I wanted to take to finish out the day. We did fill the gap on positive res. Are we going to keep going and rallying for the rest of the day? I don't know, but that is my final target for the gap fill and somewhat overshoot. There is no evidence that we sell off, and normally I don't take this short from here, but I'm still bearish on the war. Let's put 10 on it. This has definitely filled the gap and overshoot. We broke through the red line. That is resistance. My target now is at least to fill the gap. 24,663 NASDAQ. Back down to about 67.30 or so. I can 10, 15 points off of this. I'd be happy. Do we close below here at 300? No, we don't. Do we sell off for the rest of the day? Not with VIX collapsing, but I am still trying to maybe make a bet on the war stuff, which is we fill the gap and we test these supports and then we close in the bear zone. Now, let it be known that monthly maps, bear zone resistance on monthly maps is where the bear side is, both on NASDAQ and S&P. So the monthly bear resistance is here. We have broken through out of the bear zone, and DD ratio is positive. So my bet is not really founded by strong confluence. So I'm not super excited about it, but I do want to bet that because of the war, we still close in the bear zone, which is why I want a runner of at least 10 on the S&P just to hold. If we put 42 to 17 is about 30 points. It's about a $15,000 profit if I get it on a small position size like this of 10. If I'm wrong, I lose 15 of the 40 I've made. So not a big deal. About a 1-to-1, maybe a almost 2-to-1 trade if I can go the whole way down. But I'd be happy with at least making half of the distance back, 10 or 15 points. Yeah. Still suspicious up here. Yeah, the market has flipped all the way bullish. All the signs are bullish now, with ARB being slightly positive and resilience being positive. And these last little run-ups here, my overall bet is that we still got a war going on, and the market's still going to overreact to that. Without the VIX, I can't expect this to be volatile, but I want volatility to start growing. And that's kind of my thought here. I don't know what you guys think about that. So we'll see. Anyways, so the million challenge, it's been fun. Obviously, I have a strategy on how to get there pretty quickly. The goal was actually not just to make $1 million. Somebody said make $1 million in a month. So I designed like a high impact, like high leverage sort of plan to get there, which allowed me to deposit if I went under. And until I built a buffer, I would allow myself to lose half the account in a day. So up to about 200 or 300 grand, I was comfortable losing half the account a single trade to build the buffer. Now I'm not taking that much risk. Now I'm allowing myself about 50K swing a day, up or down, just to keep a moderate pace to the end. Like I said, I have very good control over my P&L, and my P&L curve has been pretty good. Despite the losses and the drawdowns I've had in the weird market that we've been trading, I'm still about like 63% win rate. So it's not been too good compared to my normal win rate, which is at least 70. You guys have been watching me for years. My yearly win rate's about 70%. I do have an actual statistical edge in the market, but I've been down closer to 60. That's to explain a lot about how much I have been losing. If it's a hard market for you since December, never fear. I'm 10% off of my efficiency, man. It's crushed me too. It's been tough. You think we close in the DD bands, but don't know where we stop, rally, so you're flat. That's the thing. I'm making the bet that we don't make it all the way to the top in the DD bands. And I got my finger on the button to exit out pretty quick. But after the gap has been filled, my bet is as long as the war is going on, again, if I'm wrong, I'm just wrong today and then I'm wrong. But if the war is going on, why would we break bullish when the market's been very strongly bearish for the entirety of this, and it's just getting worse every day? My bet is while the war is going on, we're going to close in bear territory. If not, then we wake up tomorrow to a bull market. So my bet is this is a short squeeze melt up off the low. Obviously also, when oil is stabilizing, and we'll talk about that in a second. Oil chart on here. Oh, it's Bitcoin. VVIX is still 130. So anything can happen with VIX. VIX can turn around pretty quick. I'm not expecting it to, but it can. I don't have any evidence we sell off, by the way. So just keep in mind, I'm betting on a greater fundamental reason of the war that we make our way back down to maybe this area here would be kind of nice. That we make our way back down to this area here would be kind of nice, where that consolidation was. Oil chart 95. What a journey for oil yesterday, right? From 97 to 120 G's, all the way down to 94. No idea. So they're going to be trading inversely proportional, right? With the threat of war escalating, oil is going to go up and S&P will be coming down, and sort of vice versa. You're not going to really see them trading together. As we see, yeah, the market might spike on some good news, but I'm in the mode of until we get the president tweet something like there's a ceasefire or there's a meeting, or guys, in 3 months, we're going to be meeting in Geneva. We've got this guy from Iran, this guy from Israel. We're all meeting up. The moment Trump says that, we rally 5%. I mean, this is what I'm saying. Until he says that, the market's going to sell up every pop. I've been trading Trump era trading long enough to know the game and how the game is played. It's never the same, and I never bet that the market just spontaneously turns bullish on a freaking Monday afternoon for no reason. I bet that we stay the course until the president says something. It's been that way with the tariffs. It was that way with China. It was that way with the first trade war. It was that way with the second trade war. It's always been that way. It's always going to be that way. Learning to trade Trump has been like, I can get a PhD in how to trade Trump's market. So I learned the first go around, don't think that the market is like the Wall Street just kind of self-fulfills it. They just go, you know what? We're going to keep trading until the president says something. Remember April last year? Keep shorting until the president says something. And then once he said something, boom, right? The market turns around. Everyone calls me the $1 million haircut. I was getting a haircut that day. I was in a very, very, very large long position, and I closed it out to go get a haircut. And as I'm sitting there trying to show my barber, I'm like, yeah. He's like, isn't the stock market like going crazy right now because of the tariffs? And I was like, yeah, we got this huge talk about how tariffs are affecting everybody. And I was like, yeah, check out this. Look at the chart. It's been trading now. Wait, the Nasdaq is up like 10%. Like, what? What's going on? And like, barber was like, what? And we were looking at the chart. It's apparently, I'm getting a haircut. Was April 10th or whatever day that was, the 9th or 10th. $1 million haircut. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Anyways, my S&P 10 contract short. Just kind of hanging on to that. Seeing if I get anything from there. I would like to close below the bear zone. If anything, the stocks are actually looking much better from here, but I still want to kind of take the bet. Gold, semi-correct, good. I don't really know much about gold to really have an answer there. I wouldn't ping me for gold questions. I kind of don't know how gold plays into everything. All I know is that people that are trading gold got squeezed pretty hard. So I'm not really much of the expert at gold. I don't like to guess stuff I don't know about to give you guys some bad info. I'm particularly clueless about gold, so I like to be honest and let you guys know when I think I'm weak at something. I'm good at what I'm good at, and that's all I'm good at. When Trump, yeah, in that morning or the night, was it the day before or whatever, when Trump tweeted, now's a good time to buy stocks? He literally told us to buy, right? I'm going to listen for that again. So we'll see. We'll see how well that goes. Are we selling? Evidence is not there that we sell off, but I'm still taking the bet that we close in the bear territory. We shall see. I don't know how much risk I do want to take on this, but I definitely think there's a big enough play here. S&P hitting its gap fill, which we saw earlier with positive resilience, means that half cap is still going to try to support. Do I want to scalp this with some NQ though? I want to hold 10 contracts S&P till the end of the day, no matter what. That's what I'm committing to. And for now, I'll use the remaining leverage I've got to scalp some NASDAQ in the range. If we pop up to upper band, I'm 100% going to fade this on NASDAQ from the upper band. Entry level position S&P, if we close on here, is about 30 points on 10, which is a pretty decent trade. It's $15,000. So from here to here will be 15 on the 40 I've made, which will be about 55 P&L. Like I said, I'm not taking abnormal amounts of risk. When markets are volatile like this, they're going to move quickly. I don't have to trade big. 10 S&P contracts is considered a small trade for this account size. 5 NASDAQ, 10 S&P is my small, my earliest commitment. I don't do anything smaller than that usually on this account size for the challenge I'm doing. It's still high leverage for sure, but my goal, I'm trading like 3 and 4 times leverage for this million challenge I'm doing. So we'll see what happens. That one runner that I had earlier, guys, remember when I had that one contract short here? I had the 5 and then I closed out with 1. I held the runner all the way to here and I shorted with 7 total. So that account is now green again. And I'm short 7 on that account. So when I said I was holding 1 runner in 1 prop account with 1 NASDAQ contract, I let it overshoot. Once we got to here, I piled in on it. So that account is now up about 47, 48, 49, 48. Good deal. So that's good. 4,000 on this trade. I'm not convinced that we sell off. The volatility is not there. We really need to see the market move higher. VIX just in absolute decay mode today. It's crazy to see that. But again, until the war is over, war prospect of that is settled out. I know the belligerents here. These are the world's 3 most stubborn people outside of the Far East. So I guess you would consider Kim Jong-un and Putin probably more stubborn. But apart from those two, these are the 3 most stubborn people in the world, literally threatening each other with nuclear war, right? And firing missiles at each other. And boy, oh boy, this ain't going to end tonight. It's not going to end this week. And it's sad that it's happening. But that's, again, when you're trading in Wall Street, you can put your feelings aside and just see what is. The market has proven to us that even when threats of war with Iran happened last September, right? The market took a downturn for like a month or 2, just even on threats. Now it's actually happening. Wall Street's going to self-fulfill this move. And there's no reason why we would break into bull territory on monthly maps is my bet. Like we wouldn't, there's no reason we would. Like why would the market spontaneously turn bullish unless there's something I don't know? We got some economic data coming out, but the economic data we've had recently has also shown signs of weakness. So why would the market flip over to bull side and leave out of this pocket? I'm betting that we stay in bear territory, and this is actually the high for the week, 678, and that 67.17 is the high of the week. And it looks like that's a good trade. I'm up 6,000 on the trade. I like it's kind of nice when I can actually get a good opportunity here on TV. You guys can see it. Not every time I show up at lunch with a trade. Now, the smart thing to do is just to take my scalp and just be happy with it. I did want to hold until the end of the day, but let's keep holding on, see where it goes. Congrats to the winners, by the way. If you guys are here, don't forget to sub to the channel. We just hit 60.2 subs, 636 people watching. Wow, that's incredible. If you guys don't know, my name is Matt Howard. I'm a streamer. I'm the CEO of Rocket Scooter. This is a trading platform you see on my screen. I'm a prop trader. I'm a trading competition competitor. I train people in day trading. I have a really inexpensive boot camp that costs $1 a class. No $10,000 mentorship over here. I'm probably one of the only multimillionaire day traders who streams. Most people are streaming aren't really necessarily successful at trading, but I do make a whole lot trading, and I show you guys. And at the end of the year, I show you my 1099s, and you can see what I really hauled home. And you guys follow me or follow this channel, you know, we commit to showing you that transparency, especially here. So I'm glad I have a lot of new faces in chat today. Thanks for being here. My heart goes out to you guys. Y'all are in the right place. And yeah, you know, I charge $1 a class for my boot camp. It's only $1. So that pays people's salaries. So I do it for free. I love helping. I love teaching. I think it's fantastic when I see people out there struggling or getting scammed by the world of guru. Finally say, you know, Matt, you taught me risk management. That was the missing piece or whatever. And that makes me happy, because trading is such a boring sport, especially when you start winning. It gets even more boring, and it gets even more lonely. I'm lonely, guys. I need friends. I need you here. I need my friends here. Do I want to hold to the end of the day, or do I want to be better safe than sorry and close at bear zone? Do I just want to pocket the $78,000? I know, like real Matt wants to stick to his bias and hold the short all the way down. Let me trade it 2 times. Let's lock in the first and let it pop and try, and then hit it one more time with the runner and let it fall. How about that? DD ratio is still 0.6, and we are hitting the bear zone right now on Nasdaq. A good bounce and go. Resiliences aren't as bad as I want them to be. I know I'm going to be, let me pocket the 8. I'm scaring myself out of it again. 8,000 mail on stream, $48,000 profit today on the account. GG. I again I'm not seeing the decline I want to see. Now, resilience just went negative-ish, but I don't know. It might do this again. I don't know. I know I've been such a wuss trading this today. I'm not holding for runners, man. This collapse of volatility and this flip-flop has me a little worried that the short's going to play out all day. I know I want to bet that we close in bear zone. Is that smart, Ian? Think so? All right. I probably left money on the table, but then I just tell myself that's just in my head. That doesn't mean anything, right? I made a smart trade. I got in at the right spot. I got out the right spot. I can't be upset with that. Runners can be overrated. They really can be, right? I might as well just go out and just spend the rest of my day hanging out, having some fun, you know? Well, that's good. But good. The million challenge account's now at 620,000, which is good. At this pace, if I get lucky, because I'm trading 30 to 50K days, like if I get lucky, I can finish this up in another 2 weeks. If I get lucky back to back, if I screw, hopefully I don't screw this up, but I think by the end of March, we should hit the target. So that's good. So 10X in 3 months. It has been very challenging. So don't just think I just waltz in here and, you know, have some like, you know, crystal ball that can read the stock market. I'm just pretty good at risk management. If I could say one thing I think I'm really good at is risk management. Even when I design a high risk challenge, I need friends. I need a,
I had nobody, and then I decided not to go anywhere.
I don't have any friends. I'm creating such a lonely sport, honey. All I have is my dying flower.
Wait,
It's actually yeah, it's actually well no, it's drying out, which is actually kind of fun. You can save it. Can I have a hug friend? See, I have one friend.
you have one. Me.
Mm.
I'm proud of you no matter what. I love you. You're always so handsome.
But you love me more when there's money, right?
Of course.
I
No.
thought you were going.
What?
I thought you were going to Marshalls.
Yeah, and then I decided to wait for a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Did you want me to heat you a banh mi?
No, I'm like so full right now. Did you know it's daylight savings time?
Wait, oh, is it why it's so late?
Well, no. And I woke up this morning. It was
Uh-huh.
dark out. I looked outside and I was like, I checked my watch. I'm like, it's not. Or my phone. I was like, it's not. I'm like, am I?
Wait, it's dark outside when you wake up? It should be light.
Isn't that hot when you spring ahead? Like when you, hold on, let me think of it. Because I thought today, I was like, is it daylight? Because when you spring ahead, it should be lighter. No, not lighter. It should be lighter, not darker.
Yes, exactly.
When you fall back, then it's darker, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess it's just always dark then anyways in the morning.
Wait, no.
Am I wrong? I feel like I know I'm really smart, but like in times like this, I'm really confused. Is this spring ahead, right?
Mm-hmm. Spring forward.
Spring ahead. So if it's normally dark at exactly 7, then it's dark until 8.
Oh, wait, they said
So it is darker for an hour.
more daylight at night now. Okay, so that means it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So then you should be seeing daylight sooner.
No, you'll see daylight. You'll see an extra hour of darkness. So think of it like this.
Okay.
If it normally becomes light at exactly 7 in the morning and then you spring ahead an hour, that's the new 8.
Oh, gotcha.
So
Okay.
then the 7 is an hour behind the
Mhm.
previous. So yeah, when I was outside, I was like, man, it's still kind of dark out here. I promise we're smart, but between
I'm the one who looks like an idiot. It's not you. It's me. It's me, honey. You're so smart.
we're
Good job.
I promise we're both not idiots all the time. She's a doctor, okay? What's this girl? She's the smartest.
You removed the 1 to 69.
69. Do you remember when I made 69 420? That's just like the most legendary thing ever. That's right. Yes, sir. All right, guys. That's iDoc, by the way. If you're just tuning into the stream, she's the unofficial wife of the community.
I'm the reason why
She's the mom.
alive.
Yeah. She feeds me good food, makes sure I work out. Keeps me in check. Gets my blood pressure lower. Sunset would be at 7 now. So yeah, you get more daylight at the end of the day, less daylight at the beginning of the day. And that's how that works. Yeah, I was getting confused for a minute there. I was like, I swear to God, when I walked out, I was like, I was so confused this morning. Anyways. Just got your 10K out eval from the giveaway, Brando. All right, congrats, man. Does she have an auntie like her? None of them live in the States, dude. All her family lives in France or Vietnam. She got me that premium helium celebrating the 100K on YouTube, which, by the way, we had 100K a couple months back, and we're flying towards, I think, 125 right now. I think we're still growing pretty quick, so it's been pretty nice. The stream has been getting bigger. Your MyFundedTV, we've been getting bigger. It's pretty cool to see that. But she also is a mod on MyFundedTV, so don't make her mad. You got to say nice things or she'll ban you. My doc, more like I would start a business for her. Yeah, pretty much. Took the short earlier. Oh, nice. Is your running P&L on the screen? Shane, yes, sir. Top right of the screen. The total account balance is $619,000, and the P&L today is $47,982. Top right of the screen up here. So this is on my screen at all times while I'm trading, while I'm streaming. So I have my own channel. I stream before I come here, and then we stream after. Here, she'll butt ban you. Yeah, iDoc has this habit of watching the stream while she's sleeping and accidentally banning people in chat. It's been funny. What was that guy's name? We had this awesome conversation. It was like Chris or something, whatever the guy's name was. Fantastic conversation we're having with somebody about gamma exposure. She accidentally banned him mid-stride. We lost him. We lost him forever. It's like butt dialing, but butt banning. So you can see, so you can see the DOM on screen, the account number and the balances here and the running total. And then I occasionally, like once every week or two, I'll post like the total P&L. At least once a month at the end of the month, I'll be like, this is the P&L to date. Since the challenge, last reset of the challenge. All right. So like I said, this is the resistance that I'm looking for. Now, the goal was I wanted to short that we drop below there, but I did close at the first consolidation point because NASDAQ is supporting here. And the DD ratio is 0.56, which does flip this to support. It's not bearish enough for me to take the scalp from here, but it is bearish enough for me to let it move up one more time and then take the trade from the end of the day. I wanted to see conditions deteriorate as it's falling. Unfortunately, they're not doing that. And so was it smart to close out here? Probably. Better this than nothing. Am I leaving a lot on the table if it falls? Absolutely. But I don't like to think like that. I want to see, as the market's falling, I want to see volatility picking up, and I want to see some other things. And the VIX is just sort of chilling. I mean, it's not really moving a lot. It moved moderate amount, but not really enough. And the conditions up here have not changed much either. This is still very bullish. These are still very bullish. So I've got no confluence that it comes down. And then arbitrage also was positive. So I don't have the index even overselling as well. So I don't have evidence that it does fall other than my bigger bias. We're in a war. We got to close below bear zone. Is that strong enough to hold for the end of the day? I think so. Do I want to? If it pops another time, I'll jump back in it higher. I'm going to try to be smart about it. This, I think, is where we do close by the end of the day around this area. So I don't want to be taking a bet from consolidation. That's one of the biggest things I teach is don't bet during consolidation. Don't bet when the market's solid to break out one way or the other, especially when shorting. Long, if you're going to have to make a bet when markets are consolidating, always bet long. The market always goes up more often than it doesn't. So when markets are flat, flags, pennants, whatever, consolidating, never bet short. You're betting against the potential move of the market. If I want to short, I let it break out from consolidation and then short when it goes higher. Never, ever, ever at a consolidating flat market do you see me short while markets are flat. Flat consolidation means liquid. Liquid markets don't crash. Why short when there's buyers there? So I like to bet on a move that goes to the upside and then short it back down and exit at consolidation. That's a good rule of thumb when trading. So this is where I expect us to close. This is where I expect the equilibrium to be. And so I can hold through this, and I was thinking about holding till the end of the day. I'm not getting deteriorating signals to show me that the market's falling apart just yet. Matter of fact, I'm getting signals that are showing it's pretty stable here. So I just took the $8,000 and pocketed it. Somebody said, Robert has a good answer. Core rule, trade the direction of value migration. Do not fade it. VA moving higher. That's a good way to think of it too. Whatever determination you have of the greater market, always go into it. And, you know, in most markets, besides like December to now, you know, bull markets, 70% of months are green and about 60% of days are green in the best bull market. So, you know, and generally speaking, over longer periods of time, the more you zoom out, you just want to be long. You only want to short in short periods of time anyways. And I never short from consolidation. I always saw myself short from a higher high. And that's what I did today, right? I made 2 scalps as we broke the highs, shorted it down. Broke the high, shorted it down. When I'm longing, I'm less likely to wait for a dip to get in because you don't get dips that often when markets are volatile. But I'm more often chasing in a like market moves up and consolidates. It's the bottom of that consolidation range that I'm trying to build into for the continuation move on that. So I will trade the bottom of a range and consolidation for the breakout to the upside. I won't trade the top of the range and consolidation for a fade to the downside. These rules will save your life, guys. I'm basically saying stocks go up. I mean, that's a long-winded answer to say that. In smaller time frames like now, yes, the market's going to go down, and you might have a higher chance of breaking consolidation to the downside. But once markets are solid and they found a buyer and volatility dries up, you really can't make the bet that volatility suddenly appears again, that sellers are going to jump in for no random reason. There is a lot less buying pressure here, but it's still stable enough to not sell off. So that's why I closed out. I want to see negative resilience. I want to see negative or DD less than half, but not getting that yet. So I'm using my confluence to just basically scalp. I've got in and out on all my trades probably within 10 or 15 minutes of time today. My first trade last night was like 3 minutes long. I was in and out. Burning your ass. Wait, what's going on? What's up, noob? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm just going to chill now. I don't think I'm going to trade this. But my bet is that we close below here. It just isn't, I just don't feel like we're going to fall below here anymore. Might just dance around it. That's why I closed out. Do we close at 67.08, 10, 12? Yeah, somewhere in there. I think so, yeah. Funded Shubham says, thank you to all the hosts, to Abhishek and to MyFundedFutures prop firm. You're welcome from all of us. We love you, man. We appreciate that you're here. We appreciate that all you guys come here. It makes us happy that y'all show up, and y'all show up every day. In our stream, we have a saying. We say the room shows up. You guys love to show up here. It's cool. We've got the stream's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger as the months go by. Even our segment's getting bigger. Good to see it. Okay. That's really all I have today as far as like education goes. The market is in full-fledged panic mode because of the war. And it's not because it's bad for the economy. It's not because it's bad for anything. It's just self-fulfilling. People really, over time, war is simulating for economies. But just the fact that it can interrupt trade and interrupt some things, people just freak out and sort of panic, and they just dump things because they think other people are going to dump things. The selling around wartime or things like this is more, bank run fear than anything. People are like, I got to cash out because I'm going to need my money just in case World War III happens. And because people believe other people could be doing that, and they believe other people could be doing that, what I call it self-fulfills. It's not necessarily, the motive is not like, holy crap, I need to sell because I need this money because war is going to break out. People are actually saying, I'm going to sell because everyone else is probably going to sell because war is breaking out. And everybody else is thinking that everyone else is going to sell. And because of that, everybody sells. It self-fulfills. And that's really what causes a lot of the decline. That makes sense. So a lot of it is just like people are going to sell until the threat is gone. And that's usually kind of what it's like. And they're selling like little bits at a time. And there's not a lot of people jumping in and buying because they're afraid that other people are going to keep selling. There's no real economic issues that are arising from that locally in the United States. It's not changing inflation. It's not changing the Fed. It's not changing employment. People aren't getting laid off because of this. So that's kind of what we're staring at. Is like I say, self-fulfilling. People are just moving because they think other people are going to move, and nobody bets against it. The smartest minds in the room, these major hedge funds, they're going to trade until they get inside information that Trump's going to make a phone call, and then they cover their shorts. Typically, in a move like this, you may not get the surprise tweet that says we've worked it out. You might see a day that mysteriously rallies out of nowhere, and then the news comes midday. So just be cautious. I'm always cautious that we've seen that trickery both ways when it comes to Trump. Sometimes he tells you to buy the dip. Sometimes the news comes in randomly. You didn't get the advice. So looks like I could have held for a little longer, but I don't like to say coulda, woulda, shoulda. But I'm glad to see that my thesis is right. We should be dipping below that area up at the top. And even what happens if I think that I'm right and it keeps taking off? Do I jump in on the trade? And this is a good lesson for you guys as well. The answer is no. Even though I closed here and I could be making a little more, unless I get a new setup, I don't engage by jumping in at the end of the trade because I'm like, holy crap, I was right. It's always a bad idea to get in at an inefficient spot. An example would be here. If we fell through here and then bounced off of there, then I could take the trade for a reason of rejection at the same spot. But I don't push into a trade at a bad entry because even if I knew I was right, there's no reason to take a short at a low towards the end of the move anyways, right? I think this is where we close. So where this consolidation is where I want to be exiting on all my shorts. Speaking of getting bigger, Matt, successor moment would be an effective X post advertise for your channel. Should I put a picture on the post? Can I post URL for the channel? Yeah, so good thoughts, Bourbon. If you're trying to get bigger effective posts on X, pictures are always good. Pictures of P&L is always good, or pictures of, Transparent trading, people really respond to that when they see you're actually really trading. Or a good post that just has any kind of educational topic where you're actually teaching somebody something, you're giving them some info. Like I think the market's going ABC because of this and that. Usually responds really well also. Or just a meme. Like those are the three things that really get a lot of impressions. I found out on my Twitter, if I post my P&L for the day, it'll get 5,000 to 10,000 impressions. So if I post just like, here's a picture of what I'm eating for dinner, maybe 1,000. So if you're trying to grow a channel and trying to grow something on X, transparency is the way to go, or education. Those two things help pretty good. Picture of 611,000 is pretty great. That's true. You heard, post your penal pics. You heard him. Everyone post your penal pics, P&L pics. I swear to God, when it comes to trading, you guys can find sex jokes in anything. Show me that P&L, baby. Whip it out. Let's see. Let's look at that curve. That's right. So looks like my thesis was right. We'll be closing the bear side of the market. And I'm leaving another 10 points on the table, which is not that big of a deal. That's just another $5,000. I'm not really too upset with today's trading performance. I pretty much traded flawlessly today. All my targets worked. All my intuition works. I was in tune with the market. It's not always like that, but some days you just get in, you snap in, you're like in the zone, and every one of your decisions just plays out. It's a good day when you feel that way. I call it being in sync with the market. Like you're reading the market fairly well. Some of the big losses I had, I was completely out of sync with the market. No matter what I did was the wrong thing. So trust me, it goes the other way a lot too. But this is a day where I snapped on it every time, which is good. Should you post your 1 million P&L posts if it's demo? Oh, 100%. Post a demo. Make sure you post the picture with your watch and the steering wheel of your car that we can see that's a Lambo, all in one photo. I mean, you're guaranteed to grow big. Don't let people know that that demo account is fake. Break the law and pretend that it's real, and you'll grow very quick. Satire. Don't really do that. All right, let's put my glasses back on. What are y'all saying? What are my thoughts on trailing stops and just taking profit? I preach against trailing stops unless you have a firm grasp on the volatility. It's almost impossible to know how much to trail stop because markets have different conditions, right? Some days, like in a bull market, some days the market does this. Some days the market does that. How do you know how far that dotted line needs to trail so you don't stop out early? It has to do with the volatility. And in general, higher volatility, the higher the dip potential. The higher the volatility, the more your stop has to trail. So if you have a gauge, and arbitrage is a great way to gauge. If ARB is 50, as an example, your stop needs to trail some fat above that, 70 points above or below that. If ARB is like 20, then I would use that to trail at 20. That's the amount of discrepancy that you get, or the actual expected volatility in NASDAQ based on arbitrage. That's the only read we have on that. It's hard to convert VIX to movable points. So, how much should you trail? You kind of have to have some kind of function that ties it into volatility. Does that make sense? And you'll have to come up with some way to do it. So markets are falling, it might do that with the VIX at 20. Markets are doing this. It might do this with the VIX of 80, right? So the higher the VIX, the higher the trail. And so you need a way to determine that. So in trailing stops, you can't just have a method like I trail at 10 points and that's it. If somebody says that to me, I kind of go, I grimace a little bit. I like, man, you're such a newbie at the market if you think like that, because you always have to account for volatility. Volatility is the difference between invalidating your trade and chopping at your pivot. You need to know the difference between the two, which means every trader of the index must account for volatility in some way, shape, or form. So instead of closing trade for profit, physically just moving a stop, Remington, it's the same philosophy. Where do you move your stop to is the science you have to do. And you have to make sure that it has enough volatility, enough to hold the volatility. An example would be on the way up here, right? If I was trailing my stop here, do you see how when the volatility was not going up, basically down, NASDAQ sort of moved in a nice tight channel, right? And so had you trailed your stop at the right place, you would still be fine on that last bump up. Had you trailed your stop too tight, you would stop out while you're right. So you have to say, how do I find that sweet spot to trail the perfect amount? And in reality, it's some function you'll have of volatility, and you have to discover that on your own. I would never trail a stop on a downward play on a short because it's way too volatile to begin with. Shorts are going to V all the way up before they sell down. So I would only even use a trailing stop philosophy on a bull play anyways, and then give it more fat when it's more volatile. To create, Robert Darcy is throwing some ratios in there. Now that's more like anecdotal. Again, you have to base it on the condition you are. Which one would you use? You need a higher ratio or more drawdown allowed when there's higher volatility. So in your studies, to create a method around that, just make sure that you're accounting for a higher volatility to do that. And I wouldn't trail stop in shorts. I would take your profit on shorts fully because markets don't stay volatile for long. So once you get your nosedive in the market, never do I bet market falls and keep falling, keep falling. Volatility drives it very quick and markets love to bounce all the way back up before they fall. So shorts, I'm in and I'm out. I very rarely hold runners in shorts. Today I held a short of one runner and I dove back into it and then cut out when I got the profit. Long side is the only time I would trail a stop. And I'd use a ratio proportional to volatility. Yep. So making sure that you understand that. I use my arbitrage indicator as my gauge for that if I was to do so. How much do I know when I invalidate the trade and it's going against me rather than just chopping around? In days where arbitrage is like 30 or 40, then I'm like, okay, I need at least 40 points of allowed chop. So that means if it moves 60 points, I'll close out. Robert Darcy says a lot, you lose money on break evens. I think that's true. I think that's mostly the case with any kind of trailing effect. You break even more often than you don't. Your win rate comes down because you stop out when you're right. Because people trail it too tight. So, and they also trail on downside plays, which usually stops at a loss. If you chase into a red, you have a trailing stop, it squeezes you off or it keeps going. So again, trailing stops make you break even when you're winning more. And make you lose more when you're chasing a downtrend. So that's kind of the rule of thumb I use. You'll never, ever see me execute a trailing stop. I monitor the volatility in my head and just pull the plug when I'm wrong. But keeping winners and letting them run. Yeah, so another thing is if you're doing that, Remington, this is not investment advice. What I do is I close out for profit and then hold a smaller runner, and then you can trail a stop on that. It's kind of my rule of thumb. I did that today. I shorted 5 contracts from here on my stream earlier. If I got here, I shorted 5 here. Proxy on NASDAQ, it fell and it looked like it was going to keep rallying. I closed out 4 of the 5 and I held 1 and it went all the way up to here. And I was still green for the trade, like by 1,000. And then I hit it with 7 and then closed out with 5,000 profit. So like I held a runner and I bet on adding to it when we hit that gap fill target, right? So before I trail a stop, if I were going to do it, I would trim my position and only run a trail and a runner because you can stop out break even or it nukes your efficiency when shorting. So therefore, I don't want the bulk of my position subjected to that, right? I'll take profit on most of it and then trail the rest. Yeah. Good conversation. But I'm one of the people that says like trailing stop is a very complicated process and people simplify it like they have a simple solution for it. You guys all understand how it's proportional to volatility. Do you guys at least understand conceptually? Don't try to like put some math to it, but conceptually, right? Y'all understand that it's proportional to volatility, right? The higher the volatility, the bigger the dips. So if you're going to come up with some method, you understand that, right? You have to come up with some method that accounts for it's more volatile, it could dip more. So therefore, my stop needs to be wider. At least you guys understand that that's fundamentally what's going on underneath the hood. So when you come up with the trailing stop philosophy, it's more complex than you think it is. So I think that unless you have nailed that complexity, you're actually hurting yourself more than you're helping yourself by, again, stopping out of winners too early and getting out of losers on a volatile pop on a short squeeze when you were right all along. When will Rock Scooter appear on NinjaTrader? We're finishing up the project of getting our tools inside of Go Charting right now, which is a TradingView competitor, which is really cool. It's very, very, very cool. So if you ever heard of Go Charting, it's like TradingView with the exception of 2 things. Number one is you can connect all your Ninja, all your Tradeovate, your CQG, and Rhythmic all on one platform. It's like TradingView with Rhythmic. It's better. We're putting our stuff there first and then NinjaTrader after that. And then probably wealth charts after that and whoever else will take us. So we're kind of like on a journey to get Rock Scooter tools in every major platform. So stay tuned for that. But that being said, I got to get out here, guys. I love you. It's time to go. Click that link right now. Abhishek is posting that. If you like our content, you like my content, head on over there because we'll be live for the afternoon. My boy Neon, he's just as informative as what we teach you here. My funded stream is coming to an end, unfortunately. Aw, so sad. Time to go, my friends. I love you. But don't forget to come back tonight. Stephen K will be streaming later in the afternoon or in the evening for the Asia session, as always. And yeah, you guys support us there. And in the meantime, come over to my channel. I'll be live in that chat over there hanging out with my team. Rock Scooter will be streaming there. So click the link right now, everybody, if you can. And please join us and support our channel. We love you. And thanks for subscribing and supporting here at MyFundedTV. Don't forget to grab your 25 flex plan, 25K for 49 bucks here at MyFunded Futures. 25K flex plan, $49. First time you've never tried it out. The flex plan is fantastic. 77 if you've tried it before already and you're a repeat customer. Check it out there. That's tongue twister. But anyways, I got most of it out. So I'll see you later. Have a good day and see y'all on my stream. Please come over and hang out with us. We love you. I'm out.